Shalom, everybody. I hope everybody had a great Hanukkah this last week. And so I'm glad we're also able to get back into the swing of things, get back into class, get back into the teaching, because that's what it's about. When you guys get a chance, go check out the class about vaccinations yesterday. It was very good by Cobb. You guys should go give that a look, because that day is coming up real soon. We're going to have to sit back and make a decision if we're going to take these vaccinations or not. Don't take that lightly. Don't take this decision lightly. And Kyle Cobb asked next in class, and he went over yesterday, and Sham Shawan had a class a few weeks ago about vaccinations. And make sure you guys tune into both of those, because they were really good, powerful classes. But today we're going to go over the Sabbath class. And we're going to get started with our prayers. Once again, I hope everybody's having a blessed Sabbath. But let's get started, okay? Amajim, Ponya, Yerushalayim. That's just us. That's just us. That's just us. Oh. Sis. No, it's all good. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. A war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. That was a week and a half layoff blow right there. I gotta tighten up. You can tell I ain't done it in a week, so slack here, y'all. Let me get this right again. Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim. Now we stand.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Hashabat. Bashalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Joe. I'm just setting up our Zoom. My apologies. Okay. Psalms 121. Ainashia. Ayanyamya. Hahoyim. Ma'aya. Yabua'ah. Isaiah. Yabua'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamarya. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shemarya. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayel. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamarya. Makol. Right. Yashamar. Lepasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aita. Wa'ai.
This is Psalms 121.
This right there.
I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, He that keepeth Yahshua shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper, Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Okay, Israelite Credo. Right here. Shema Yahshua.
Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayano.
Allahayano.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Achad.
Achad. Here.
No, I'm sorry. Okay. Shema Yahshua.
Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayano.
Allahayano.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Achad.
Achad.
Shema Yahshua.
Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayano.
Allahayano.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Achad.
Achad. That's it's here, O Israel. Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one. Is one.
Okay. Lord's Prayer.
And we can find that also in Deuteronomy 6 and 4, and Mark chapter 12, verse 29.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayab.
Hayab.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwavka.
Malakwavka.
Thaba'a.
Thaba'a.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayab.
Hayab.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'arataza.
Ba'arataza.
Kawab.
Kawab.
Hayab.
Hayab.
Bashemayim.
Bashemayim.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Waslachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Chawathinawa.
Chawathinawa.
Chaslachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Chawathinawa.
Chawathinawa.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Tabyanawa.
Tabinawa.
Banasawa.
Banasawan.
Abo.
Abo.
Awashanawa.
Hawshanawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Right.
Right.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatapara.
Wahatapara.
La'ayawalamya.
La'ayawalamya.
Amen.
Amen. It's Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Come on in. Okay. Ten Commandments. La'a Yahaya.
La'a Yahweh.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Achayim.
Achayim.
Ayim.
Ayim.
Panya.
Panya. Thou shalt not have other gods before me.
Number 2. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ina.
Ta'ina.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a.
La'a.
Talaq wacha.
Talakukah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
La Kodashwa.
Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
One second, Joe. Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a.
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 Tharatazak.
Tharatazak. Thou shalt not kill or murder.
Number 7. La'a.
La'a.
Thana'a.
Thana'a. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a.
La'a.
Thagana.
Thagana. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ina.
Ta'ina.
Shakor.
Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a.
La'a.
Thakamad.
Thakamad.
Call. Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything that is which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Hathawarah.
Hadara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Okay, everyone you shop you.
Take seats.
Let's see. Give him a shalom. So, y'all, since we didn't have class last week, the goal this week would be at least to catch up from last week's Sabbath class and this week's. So the goal is to start at Genesis chapter 37 and 1 and catch us up to Genesis 44 and 17. I would hate to sit back here and get into the middle of the story of Joseph just by sticking to this week's Sabbath reading. So we're going to go back a little bit, recap Joseph, recap what happened to him, because there's a great story to hold on to and there are a lot of great lessons from that story. So let's I like keeping it down like that. I don't like seeing all that. Like,
Oh, okay.
I don't need to see all that extra stuff. Too much for the brain to digest. Okay. Right on point here. Just trying to get my paperwork, all my ducks in a row. Just give me 1 second. Oh, I'm gonna need some chair too.
Sham Shawan, Shabbat Shal, Banya Hawra, Banya Sha'ala.
Shab Shawan, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashal. Amajim, Rock, Yahawah Hashem Yashab Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
All right, man. All right. So we're going to start off at Genesis chapter 37, verse 1. We're going to read down and get into this.
All right, Genesis 37, start at verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Genesis chapter 37, verse 1. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Verse 3. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors.
Mm-hmm.
And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him.
It got to the point where obviously Jacob couldn't hide his affection and his partiality to the one son to the point where the rest of his brothers couldn't even stand looking at him.
God.
That's how bad the enmity and the anger and the frustration pent up with his brothers. Let's do this. Before we want to further in the scriptures, let's go to the Josephus, okay? So we're going to go to the Josephus. It's the Antiquities of the Jews. Do y'all need some Josephuses, or y'all going to slide them out here? Did somebody snatch the Josephus, man? We had like 2 extra earlier, man.
I think they probably have. I have more than that.
They got some swagger jackets out here, man.
Yeah, it was a couple of them.
They had like 5 of them. And they just missing a little bit here and there by the day, man. It's crazy. What's that? They snatching them. In the sake of knowledge, in the name of knowledge, I'm trying to get smart in the spirit. So we're going to go Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 2, paragraph 1. This chapter gives a little more insight as to why Jacob favored Joseph. Okay? Because first of all, when you read in Genesis 37 and 2, that he said that Joseph was a lad at 17 years old. Mm-hmm. You can see that he wasn't some young kid, but back in those days, that age gap was a difference. So you're looking at 80 to 100-year-old people, their lifespan was longer. So I could be 17, 18 years old and still be referred to as a lad.
Right. Nowadays, you try it as an adult at 18, 17. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can be 17 too. Exactly.
Yeah.
If you have a history of making mistakes, you going in with them boys, them grown men. That's what I'm saying. You want to act tough, you want to be tough then, right? That's what they always say. Okay, so let's do Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 2, verse 1.
Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 2, verse 1.
Book 2.
Book 2. You want chapter 2 or you want
No,
chapter
I
1?
want book 2, chapter 2,
All right.
verse 1.
Paragraph one.
Paragraph
Okay.
1, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. It happened that Jacob came to so great happiness as rarely any other person had arrived at. He was richer than the rest of the inhabitants of that country.
So he was richer than everybody else in the land of Canaan. Okay, read on.
And was at once envied and admired for such virtuous sons. For they were deficient in nothing, but were of great souls, both laboring with their hands and enduring of toil, and shrewd also in understanding.
So he said that they were great. Listen, they were great in laboring. They were hard workers, and they could endure toil long. They could sustain work for long periods of time. These are traits that are admirable in the eyes of the Father. How hard can you work? How consistent you are at your work? How dedicated you are at your work? How long can you prolong the same level of enduring toil? He's telling you parts of the keys of why his family was so successful. You know, a lot of times Israel wants to get something for nothing. Or they want to sit back and they want to get blessings, and they expect blessings are going to just fall out the sky by not putting in the toil and the difficult work and the painstaking effort. You're not going to get nothing in this world unless you work hard for it.
Yeah.
Unless you dedicate for it, unless you commit yourself to it. He's showing you, listen, it's so important that you read all through the information, because there's a reason that Joseph and his family was rich beyond everybody in the nation. It just wasn't the fact that the Most High was sending blessings out the sky.
Right.
And blessing was falling through osmosis. It was hard work, dedication, and commitment on top of a willingness to please the Heavenly Father that gives an individual what they need in their life.
Right. It says both for laboring with their hands and enduring toil. So they weren't really looking for somebody else to take care of them.
Exactly.
You know, they weren't looking to be taken care of so much as, you know what, we'll do the job necessary to sustain ourselves.
And we'll provide the skill set, and we'll lead the rest of the family to make sure that we can maintain that lifestyle, or that quote unquote the riches that they had in their kingdom.
Right.
In order to get the riches, that effort and sacrifice had to come behind it.
That's right.
That was the whole point we were trying to say about his sons, and none of his sons were lacking in ability, talent, and skill
Right.
sets.
They didn't have a handout looking for a handout.
Exactly.
Father, you're supposed to take care of us. Man,
Yep.
you got to go to work.
We were talking about this earlier, how the parents had to sit back here and grind, and sometimes the kids don't have that same work ethic. You know,
Right.
Jacob toured and grinded for Laban for 14 plus years, no, 20 years. And that same work ethic was instilled in his sons. And that was how they were able to continue to get blessed and multiply and expand. Okay? Let's keep going.
It's all right.
But we're great souls.
But great souls, both for laboring with their hands and enduring of toil, and shrewd also in understanding. And God exercised such a providence over him, and such a care of his happiness, as to bring him the greatest blessings, even out of what appeared to be the most sorrowful condition, and to make him the cause of our forefathers' departure out of Egypt, him and his posterity. The occasion was this: when Jacob had his son Joseph born to him by Rachel.
We got to go. I missed this. We got to bring this part a little bit earlier. He says, in such a care of his happiness, as to bring him the greatest blessings, even out of what appeared to be the most sorrowful conditions. For those of us who are trying to serve the Most High, for those of us who are trying to commit ourselves to the Most High, we can't be so frustrated and downtrodden when we're put into conditions that make us unhappy,
Right.
that are sorrowful, that bring us down to a lower state, that bring us down to an unhappy state.
Right.
A lot of times when we're doing the right thing and we're living the right way, and we're still put in a scenario that is sorrowful or depressing or sad, a lot of times you have to go through these sorrowful, difficult situations in order to get the greater blessings on the back end.
And you know, sometimes that there's so many lessons
Yes.
that you learn within that sorrowful condition, and those lessons become virtues. The number one virtue of having to suffer in a sorrowful condition for a long time is the spirit of patience.
Mm-hmm.
You learn how to wait on the Most High, because you don't know when the condition is going to change. You don't know how long you got to be in that condition, and sometimes that drives people crazy. They don't know, how long am I going to be suffering? How long am my situation going to be down? But one thing that we learn in that is to learn how to wait on the Lord.
To wait on the Lord and to cleave to the Lord.
Yeah.
Because when you sit back here and you're on the bottom and you're struggling and you're suffering, all you have to depend on are these scriptures. All you have to depend on is to trust in the Heavenly Father. And that's how you learn your greatest lessons.
Yeah.
You don't learn great lessons when things are working all right. You don't learn great lessons when things are easy, when life is comfortable.
Right.
The problem is, by the nature of flesh, we look for comfort, we look for ease, we look for conditions that fit our plan and what we're trying to accomplish. But most of the time, you never learn how to cleave to the Most High when your conditions are optimal, when your conditions fit what you want. Okay? So with the Most High, the crazy thing is, even with all the blessings the Most High was giving Jacob, he still had to continue to put him through these scenarios, or allow these scenarios to unfold to test Jacob's faith, and to sit back here and to set up his family for a greater setup down the line in Egypt. Mm-hmm. And so this is the reason the Most High allowed all these things to happen to Joseph, as we're about to go into. Okay, so it says the occasion was this.
All right. The occasion was this: when Jacob had his son Joseph born to him by Rachel, his father loved him above the rest of his sons, both because of the beauty of his body and the virtues of his mind, for he excelled the rest in prudence.
Now listen, these other guys weren't just some chumps, you know what I mean?
Right.
He says all of them were lacking for nothing or deficient in nothing. But Joseph excelled the rest in his prudence, in his wisdom, in how he carried himself. There was something special about Joseph. And as a parent, sometimes when you know somebody got talent, it's hard to hide your willingness to cleave to that person. It's hard to hide that pride in that child when you know he's got it. And everything this cat touches, it works out. Everything this guy puts his hands to, and it ends up turning the way it's supposed to. Yep. And obviously, Jacob loved Rachel and favored her from the beginning anyway. So he favored Rachel. Joseph was the first son from Rachel. Then he had all these abilities. He had the whole package. He had the looks, he had the prudence, the wisdom, and you're going to see other great attributes that Joseph had down the line. And the more that he beamed and he appreciated Joseph, the rest of the brothers were now envious. They were angry. There was an enmity there. Okay, now let's keep going.
This affection of his father excited the envy and the hatred of his brethren, as did also his dreams which he saw, and related to his father and to them, which foretold his future happiness, it being usual with mankind to envy their very nearest relations, such their prosperity. Now, the visions which Joseph saw in his sleep were these.
We're going to let that go back to the scriptures. But we're just going to we're setting the tone and we're setting the pace for why his brothers had such a hatred for him. And it's still not a justification for you to hate your brother or to hate your blood and your kinfolk. We just have to make sure we explain this story as thorough as possible so there's no issues are unturned or not talked about. Okay? So let's get back into Genesis 37.
We left off at verse 8. I can pick up at verse 8.
Okay. No. I don't think we got that far. I think we got to we finished verse 3. We're probably at 4 now.
Yeah, verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
It says, and when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him.
It's a tough situation, man.
Yeah. Verse 5. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more.
Listen, Joseph couldn't change the fact that he had a dream, man.
The Most High was showing him something.
And is he a wicked guy to tell his brothers his dream? Who else is he going to tell him his dream to? It's a shame. Read on.
It says, and he said unto them, hear I pray you this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaf stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf.
So they're like, man, what's this guy trying to say,
Yeah.
man? What you trying to say? You better than us?
Yeah.
This. Hey, listen, for anybody who had siblings, your brother or sister wasn't gonna let you off the hook at all. It was a battle for position. As soon as both of y'all was able to sit back and compete. If y'all had brother like mine, listen, man, he wasn't gonna lose to me in no video games and Tecmo Bowl and damn football. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought that out. If you gotta sit back and go back in the day, did my brother let me beat him in anything?
No, sir.
Or was I gonna be able to sit back and act like I was better than him in anything without having to fight or get hit on a little bit? Because I was the younger brother. So I listen, and I know I'm not the only person who experienced that. You're gonna always have sibling rivalries, competition to the max.
Yeah.
And now Joseph's like, yeah, the Most High told me, he showed me something. He showed me that I was gonna be the sheep above everybody else, and everybody else gonna be following me. It was like, nah, this is I've had it with this cat.
Nah.
I don't want to talk to him anyway.
Maybe you need to go back to sleep.
Yeah. He like, Daddy already blowing this cat up, man. We got to deal with this dude. Yes, sis?
So in his, do you think, and I'm actually working on, I think we talked about this about a year ago, and I think we had this class, and it put it in my mind to like, we need to try to put together a play of some sort with Joseph. So I'm actually on scene 4, and this is around the area.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get an idea of, do you think that since Joseph, I mean, it's kind of hard to get all that praise and have all these abilities and not have some type of, like you said, big head, a little bit of arrogance to yourself. Do you think that it wasn't the fact that in him being virtuous, that he wouldn't have taken advantage of this moment, or the fact that, yeah, you know, I had this dream,
I would say this.
he told himself
I would
that?
say this. I don't think that was the case for this reason. When you sit back here and see all the lows the Most High put him through,
Yeah.
and to see how he handled those lows would let me know he wasn't going to take being on top a certain way either. And even when he was on top, how did he handle being on top? So that was inside of him from the beginning.
So he was
I just think it was pure. I think it was natural. And as you continue to go through this explanation of him, you're going to realize that this guy had an innate ability to see the good in things and to stay positive
For a long time.
regardless of his conditions. Which let me know, I don't think when he was up, it was about looking down on his brothers.
He was just instantly
He was
sharing
just sharing it, and
them all-
there was enthusiasm there, and then they were upset that they weren't looked. Listen, you can sit back here and look countless times in the scriptures and see how the Most High tapped one person and didn't tap the other, and how the other person was offended because of it. It goes, it consistently is talked about. Whether it's when you go on to Exodus with Moses, how the Most High chose Moses. But Moses had a stuttering problem. Moses was meek. A meek person is a person who can endure a lot without taking things personal. If I'm a person in the world, I can look at that as what? Weakness, vulnerability.
pushover.
You had nobles. You had noble individuals who were of greater stature, who were richer, who were more established in the world, were looked over. And Moses was chosen in front of them, and they were upset. There was
Dathan and Korah. Yeah.
well, Dathan and Korah. These guys weren't chosen, and they were upset. And that heavy envy would build once you realize you just weren't the chosen person. Hell, even with Esau, the fact that he wasn't chosen, how did he react when the Most High said, "Hey man, I want Jacob"? It wasn't nothing any of y'all did in the womb. From the womb, what did Esau do to be the end of the world? And what did Jacob do to be the beginning of it?
Right.
What did he do? No, it was just election.
Right.
Listen, Joseph didn't do anything from the womb to be chosen. Listen, Joseph was like, I can't even give you the exact number, son, but he wasn't the first 5.
And that's what I wanted to, I'm trying to also do this, I'm trying to be as accurate as I possibly can be with the age difference. A lot of them were older, like
They were older.
had already established their own houses, like they had wives and stuff.
Well, and the funny thing is, when you read the next chapter, it talks about Judah's family. There was some wackadoodies.
Oh yeah.
Judah was doing some. Judah was tripping.
Yeah.
Judah's kids were tripping. Not necessarily Judah made little, but his sons were really tripping. They was marrying Canaanites and turning up.
Yeah.
So my point is this. All I'm saying is that there was an age gap, but that wasn't it. It wasn't. It couldn't have been it. It wasn't just age. It was just favor.
Okay.
And you'll read all. I'm telling you, you read all throughout the scriptures. Like when I don't know if you remember this, when the Mosai talked with one of them, the prophets, to tell the king that if they went to fight the Syrians, they were going to get killed. But they had talked to all the other prophets, and none of the prophets got the vision that this one prophet got. So the entire nation told the king, go and kill this king, you're going to be fine, everything's going to work out. The one king that was in, the one prophet that was in jail, was brought out of jail and asked what the prophecy is. And that prophet said, man, you're going to die tonight. You go to that place, you die. And that king said, see, every time this guy tells me bad news. Damn it.
Yep.
And then the prophet came out, one of the prophets came and slapped the prophet that gave the true prediction in the face. And said, how dare you say the Most High looked over me and only gave this to you. There is a lot of pride and enmity when you see that the Most High is working with somebody else and he ain't working with you like he is to that same degree. There's a lot of hurt feelings. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of sadness when you have to come to grips that the Most High got somebody that can do it better than you can. That's another thing. When there's somebody around you that's better skilled, more put together, more well-rounded than you, that's a humbling thing. And a lot of people can't accept that.
Insecurities.
It's a lot of insecurities. And that's what feeds the envy.
Yep.
And the anger and the hatred. Like, these guys can do it better than me, or this person can do it better than me, and I got to deal with that. And I got to deal with, the Most High, he loves me, but he ain't going to work with me with that same magnitude. And then am I really capable to change and operate at the same level that he or she does? And can I accept that my effort at my best day isn't good enough? It's not as good as this person's. That's a tough pill to swallow. Some people look at themselves and say, what can I do better? Let me work on myself. Let me work on the things in me. Other people sit back here and put all their energy and hatred to somebody else.
Or to tear that person down.
He ain't that good.
Yeah, that's
He ain't
that's where that slander comes in at.
That's Cain.
Yeah.
That's an old movie for anybody else.
Yeah.
I got
the tape.
The tape, oh, you got the tape.
Oh my gosh. It was Men's Society, y'all. Okay, it was hilarious. Cain whipped him up and everything, man.
Yeah, I know.
But that what he said that he was at was a lot of envy came up that in the spirit. F Cain.
Yeah. They don't want to even talk about
He didn't want you to say anything about Cain. Because Cain was better than him.
Yeah.
But a lot of our people can't deal with the fact that that even in our realm, that the spirit works through people better than them.
Let's take it as competition, even though it's really not.
You know what? All you can do is be the best. You know, when it boils down to it, all you can do is be the best person you can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have to accept that in yourself. But a lot of people can't do that.
On that note, I hope it's not too.
No, we're good.
On that note of that, like, when you, so let's just say you're the person who does excel in certain talents,
Mm-hmm.
and you see that it almost causes a controversy in you doing your best,
Yep.
is the proper thing to hold back in front of that person for the sake of not offending, or always do your best and trying to execute whatever is put before you, do it all?
You're in a lose-lose situation. Because I have faced this before, years ago. And all you can do is get up and be the best person you can do and keep your head down and keep stepping. And try to, as much as you can, be conscious that it's a sensitive situation. But I'm never going to sit back here and not do my best for the Most High. just to placate somebody else's ego.
So that falls in command.
Yeah. You still got to do what's right. You got to make the right decision and be on point and be the best you can be for the Most High. Because if not, now I'm sitting back here watering and diluting down my effort just to sit back here for somebody else's ego. That's not healthy either. So just be conscious of that as much as possible, because we can't get caught up into lessening our effort just to make somebody else feel good.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yes, sis?
Thank you for that.
I just wanted to add to what you're saying, that in situations like that, you always keep a servant personality, like whether you're on top or on the bottom, to always keep that humbleness and that servant, that we're here to serve everyone,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
I believe that's the right approach, that regardless, we're here to serve everyone.
We're supposed to serve everybody, but we're still supposed to be the best. What Scripture says, whatsoever you find your hand to do with all thy might. I don't have to boast about it.
Exactly.
I don't have to sit back here and rub it in your face.
Mm-hmm.
You can rejoice in yourself that you've done the best you can do, and that's where you kill it.
For the sake of
Because whatever scenario we're going through, the Most High is still looking at our heart, our intentions, our motivations, our reasons for doing what we're doing. As long as our reasons are pure, our motivations are pure, that's the lane we stay in. Okay? And the thing is this, the tensions were already messed up leading up to Joseph having this vision. And he couldn't control it either way. So this was going to happen. The Most High showed it was going to happen anyway. But to answer your question again, no, I don't think Joseph was gloating. I don't think he was gloating. This was just a guy. Listen, the funny thing is he just had a pure outlook and was excited to express the vision that he had. There's certain people that just have a natural, beautiful disposition. Isaac had that similar disposition. Isaac had that similar personality where he could see the good in everything. He was truly positive from his youth.
Right.
And there were certain cats that just had that. Certain people had a knack for being positive. And as you read on, he was a lightning rod to people, and people just, whatever condition he was in, they would elevate him to run the whole thing. Without them even it says specifically, they would elevate him to run something without them even staying on top of it. So he was able to build trust easily. He was able to sit back here and win people's good side. So he was genuinely, if I can sit back here and get the nations to trust me like that, that was something genuine inside of him. So I don't think he was gloating at all. He just had a pure, positive outlook, and everybody knew the Most High was working with him. And it was at a higher level than them. And the brothers just couldn't take it. They couldn't deal with the fact that the Most High chose them over them, or chose Joseph over them. So let's keep going.
One verse on that, Romans chapter 9 is
Let me read it for you real quick.
all right.
Romans 9 and what?
14.
Shit, this Bible's long. 1,000 pages, man. I'm trying to.
No, yeah.
I got this new Bible, man. I had to, man, because this I think that my Bible was shrinking or my eyes were getting worse. One or the other. I think the Bible was shrinking. Why is this Bible getting so small all of a sudden? No, it was Romans what?
Romans chapter 9, verse 14.
Okay, Romans 9 and 14. Okay, it says, what shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with the Most High?
It said, God forbid. So is the Most High unrighteous because he has favor towards one? Because the Most High does that too. You know, the Most High has favorites.
Yep.
You know, you read that in 2nd Ezra. He got one. He got a favorite flower. He got a favorite tree. He got a favorite body of water.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite bird. A favorite cattle.
Yep.
You know, and a favorite people. So the Most High got favorites. So we're made in His image. But that's no unrighteousness because we have favorites. Because the Most High has favorites.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Keep going?
Mm-hmm.
I messed up. Okay.
Verse 15. It says, for he said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So it says, so then it is not of him that willeth. So it wasn't that because Joseph wanted to be the best of all of his brethren. It wasn't that Joseph wanted to excel his brothers and rub it in their face.
This competition, yeah.
Yeah, create this competition. He says, for then, so it is not of him that willeth. So it wasn't out of Joseph's will to be utilized by the Most High in that position. It says, now it's verse 16.
Okay, I get it. This is the Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit. It's 9. Shoot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 9 and 16. So then, it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth.
So it was nothing really that Joseph could have done. The Most High had his hand on Joseph above all of his brethren. Go ahead.
But of the Most High that showeth mercy.
So it was the Most High that was working with Joseph in that capacity more than it was Joseph's decision to try to be exalted above his brethren. That's what I wanted to bring out.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's keep getting back into the scriptures real quick. I think it's verse
Back at
8
Genesis
now. Yeah,
37.
Genesis 37 and 8 now.
Genesis chapter 37, verse 8. It says, and his brethren said to him, shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words.
It made it even worse.
Huh?
But that didn't mean his intention was to make it worse or rub it in. Read on.
And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said,
Listen, first of all, I think you should have picked up on that, man. Said,
Yeah.
"Hey, man, I don't think my brothers like the first dream. Let me keep this second dream in my back pocket, man. Let me just tell my daddy about this second dream. Let me just tell Pops about this dream."
but you know, when you have individuals in your dream that was in it, you want to let them know, hey, you was in my dream. I dreamt about you
This
last
is just
night.
bad news for him, though, man.
I had a dream about you last night. You know?
Listen, man. Listen, that was bad business, though, man. Man, just keep going.
He said, and he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him, what is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth?
Because they understand the sun and the moon was the father and mother, and the 11 stars were the 11 brothers he had. He's like, man, you asking for it now, man. You pushing it. Now, Dad, listen, man. Now I was supposed to serve you too.
Yeah.
What's this? What kind of crap is this? Then keep going.
And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the same.
He checked him, but he said, Most High could do it.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, I'm gonna check you, but hey, I can't act like the Most High won't do this for you. So let's keep going.
And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, here am I. And he said to him, go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and came to Shechem.
So they obviously left there and was doing things without him, man.
Right.
They was rolling, moving out without this cat because they didn't want to be around him anyway. Okay, let's keep going.
And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field, and the man asked him, saying, what seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, they are departed hence, for I heard them say, let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh.
Oh, here's a dreamer, man.
Yeah.
Here's a smart guy right over here, man. He's coming.
Here's the dreamer. Right?
Yeah, it's the dreamer, right? The spirit's with this guy. This is the wise guy right here, right? Let's keep going.
Verse 20. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say, some evil beast had devoured him.
Let's hold tight on this. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to this, but I kind of want to go into we're gonna start at verse 19 when we get back on the dreamer part. Let's go back to the Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 2, paragraph 3.
All right. Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 2, paragraph 2, chapter 2,
Paragraph 3.
book 2, chapter 2, paragraph 3. But God, in opposition to their envy, sent a second vision to Joseph, which was much more wonderful than the former. For it seemed to him that the sun took with him the moon and the rest of the stars, and came down to the earth, and bowed down to him. He told the vision to his father, and that, as suspecting nothing of ill will from his brethren, when they were there also, and desired him to interpret what it should signify. Now Jacob was pleased with the dream, for considering the prediction in his mind, and shrewdly and wisely guessing at its meaning, he rejoiced at the great things thereby signified, because it declared the future happiness of his son, and that by the blessing of the Most High, the time would come when he should be honored and thought worthy of worship by his parents and brethren. As guessing that the moon and sun were like his mother and father, the former as she had gave increase and nourishment to all things, and the latter he that gave form and other powers to them, and that the stars were like his brethren, since they were 11 in number, as were the stars that received their power from the sun and moon. And thus did Jacob make a judgment of this vision, and that a shrewd one also. But these interpretations caused very great grief to Joseph's brethren, and they were affected to him hereupon, as if he were a certain stranger that was to have those good things which were signified by the dreams, and not as one that was a brother.
So they started looking at him like he was a stranger, man. Like he was a damn another nation. Yes, sis?
I'm not very familiar with the book, so I don't know where to go to find it. Could you just say what page?
Page 53.
The reason I normally don't do it because my book is different than yours.
And I remember you said that last time.
But yeah. So it's page 50.
Page 53, and we're in paragraph 4. It's in the bottom right column.
2-4. Okay, got it.
All right. I'll read that part again, paragraph 4.
Well, let's just go to the middle. Just keep going.
All right. In sentence 18, it says, they also resolved to kill the lad, and having fully ratified that intention of theirs, as soon as their collection of the fruits was over, they went to Shechem, which is a country good for feeding of cattle and for pasturage. There they fed their flocks, without acquainting their father with their removal thither. Whereupon he had melancholy suspicions about them, as being ignorant of his son's condition, and receiving no messenger from the flocks that could inform him of the true state they were in. So because he was in great fear about them, he sent Joseph to the flocks to learn the circumstances his brothers were in, and to bring him word how they did.
So Jacob was just trying to find out what they were planning, what was going on with them.
Okay.
So he shot out Joseph to Shechem, thinking they were in Shechem doing the flocks. But really they went to another city.
They went to Dothan.
They're planning a setup for him. Okay?
Yes.
What's the best resource to use about, like, where, because they were in one city and then you got these surrounding cities. What's the best modern day way to kind of approximate that, get a map of that? Is there one in the Bible?
Well, there are different maps based off different time periods. You would have to go, even if you Googled the map of where Jacob lived in Canaan, in the land of Canaan, because no land of Canaan is Israel.
Right.
So, and Bethel was a place, if I'm not mistaken, Bethel was the city that they were living in for a while.
Yeah, Bethel was a place that Jacob had
That
slept when he slept
yes,
on the
rocks.
on the rocks, and then he had poured oil on it,
Yep,
and he had anointed it, and that became a sanctuary later on,
Yep.
which meant the house of the Most High. He
Yep.
said, surely the house of the Most High is here, because it was there where he had that dream of the ladder, where the angels were descending, ascending and descending. So it was at that place where he said, well, this must be holy ground. So he named it the house of the Most High, or because he said the Most High must be here in Bethel.
And then it said, let me see, I'm thinking he went back down to Hebron. That's where he went down to see his father, and his father passed. And that was in Genesis 35, end of 35 was in Hebron. So there really isn't a conversation if he went up any further. He probably stayed in that land of Hebron and maintained all the estate of his father, and then everything he got from Laban's journey, and he probably just laid roots in Hebron.
So about Hebron, so then these would just be like those surroundings.
And you would, and if you use Hebron as your center, then you could probably find Shechem close, and all these other locations close to that area. But you would still have to be. The names of these cities have changed and evolved over time.
Right.
So, and even in our maps that we have back here, the names change and the locations kind of change. So you would have to kind of go into the maps of that time period to find out.
Okay.
Okay. But Hebron during the time of Jacob would be a good angle. Okay. So, let's go back to the scriptures. And we're gonna let the scriptures go into like how they did Jacob, and then after Jacob's capture, we go back into Joseph.
All right. He said we'll start at verse 19. Back
Yep.
when we start in the book.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in Genesis chapter 37, verse 19. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands. Yeah. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph of his coat, and his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him, and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother in our flesh. And his brethren were content. So that's just a bad example of how far, when somebody is so envious and so jealous of somebody else's success, that they would even come up to contrive or conspire such a plan to eliminate this person, versus changing or looking at what is it that's good about this person, that and their attributes that I can adopt for myself, so I can display those virtues. Instead of doing that, our mind goes into, well, I'm gonna eliminate this person. I'm gonna get this person out of my sight because I can't stand the look of them. I can't stand the sight of them. You know what I'm saying? It just shows you the next level of progressions that happen when that envy or that anger towards us or our brethren, is upon us. And this is something that the Most High warned even Cain about in Genesis chapter 4. And I'm going to go back and read that just real quick. Genesis chapter 4. And Genesis chapter 4, verse 6. It says, And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? He says, If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. So he was telling Cain, even from here, the spirit that will jump on you if you meditate on anger, if you meditate on envy, if you meditate on corrupted thoughts, the next thing that's going to happen is you're going to be inches away from doing some type of sin, from sinning. So this was a warning that the Most High was giving Cain as to, why don't you just do what's right, and this spirit won't be on you. But instead of doing what's right and removing this spirit, we meditate on this spirit. And so the sin is right around the corner. The sin is right at the door. And then so he showed him, this is the natural progression of things, of events that happens when we fill our minds with negativity and we don't fight to remove those negative thoughts towards each other. Next, before you know it, I'm going to be trying to eliminate this person from around me, because I hate what this person stands for. I hate what this person represents. This person represents that their achievements are accepted by the Most High over mine. And so same thing that the Most High was warning Cain about. And he said, sin lieth at the door, and thou shalt, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. So he says you're gonna be jealous of him. You're gonna be jealous. So the Most High is warning us of the spirit that can jump into us when we don't have the right outlook towards our brothers or towards our sisters. That spirit can jump on anybody. You know what I'm saying? But that's the spirit that was manifesting in Joseph's brothers. So I'm gonna go back to that was the plan. They all agreed to sell Joseph to the Ishmaelites. So we're in Genesis chapter 37, verse 28.
I'll read it. You keep going. Okay. Then there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver.
Man, how do you sell your brother out for 20 pieces of silver? You know what I'm saying?
How much hate can you fester in yourself to be okay with that move? And they were trying to kill him. Did you get to that point earlier?
Kind of.
But they were trying to kill him
They
first?
were going to kill him first.
That's even worse. I mean, listen, you know with brothers and siblings, you might have beef, you might have issues. There might be anger and issues, but to the point you want to kill them or sell them in a life of slavery, that's horrible. Anyway, yeah, I set that off. All right, take care of that, yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's why I went to the back.
Okay.
But okay, so verse 29, right? And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. So now Reuben sat back here and had some contrition.
Right. Now he felt bad. You know what I'm saying? That this befell his brothers. But it just shows you also that 20 pieces of silver. Remember, what was Christ sold out for?
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah. He was sold out for what? 30 pieces of silver. Yes.
Is it possible that the brothers felt bad, but then they said, well, we're not going to do it. Let somebody else be responsible for his blood, so we're going to sell it.
And that's why they did it, but it was still dirty.
Yeah.
Instead of killing him, we're going to let somebody else, we're going to give him into the hand of the people who hate us. We're going to give them into the hands of the people who actually despise us and hate our guts. Yeah. Because the Jews were hated in that area. In that land of Canaan, whether it was the Ishmaelites, Sodom or not, the Canaanites hated us. We were arch enemies out there. Don't forget, it wasn't very long ago that Simeon and Levi killed those Canaanites that forced themselves on Dinah. And the Canaanites wanted retribution for the killing of all those noblemen and those kings of that land. So you sit back here and set your brother up. They didn't know he was going to Egypt. They didn't care where he went. He could have been tortured. It didn't matter to them. All they wanted him was out of their way so they could shine. Because the thought of somebody surpassing them, they couldn't take it. And that's the scary thing. And we have to look at that in ourselves, how not to let envy change who we are. How to let jealousy change who we are as people. And not turn into hatred. Because that happens to brothers and sisters all the time. Okay? But let's keep going. And you can also see how some of this resentment came even from their mothers. Because who was the favorite? Rachel. So a lot of that resentment was obviously came from Leah, Zilpah, Bilhah, all of them. Because they were all the sons of those other mothers as well. Yep. And that resentment was festered from them. as well. So the favorite wife was Rachel, the favorite son was Joseph, and this is why when Joseph got to power, his number one concern was, how are you treating Benjamin? Did you screw Benjamin over?
Yep.
Did you take advantage of him like you took advantage of me? He put them through all those changes to see where their heart was at. Because there was that rift between the families. And it headed to it boiled to a head when Joseph was talked about like he was the top dog. Because the spirit was rolling with him. Okay. So what's the point again? Not to let jealousy infiltrate your spirit, even in a home. Because it can have negative effects on your children. If I'm that mother who's angry about not getting the attention of my husband, don't let that frustration that I have in my house rub off on my children. Don't let my frustration in my home affect how my children look at their families, their siblings, their brothers, because that happens also.
Yep.
If I feel like I'm the wife and I'm treated wrong, then guess what the kids are going to start thinking? They're treated wrong. Exactly.
Yep.
So that's a lesson also to make sure we don't let our issues affect the children, because they do. Okay, let's keep going though.
We're in Genesis chapter 37, verse 29. And Reuben returned into the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren, and said, the child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood.
Sucks.
And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, this have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no.
They knew it. They knew it was damn coat. Now they want to act like they don't know nothing.
We don't know. Like
It must be a mistake.
it must be a mistake.
It's damn sad, bro. Keep going.
It says, and he knew it and said, it is my son's coat. An evil beast had devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Jacob rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon his loins and mourned for his son many days.
Can you sit back here and sit back here and accept your father being in mourning for that period of time because of the crap that you did, and to tell him that his son died, just for what? For what? Just to feel better about yourself? Just to make you feel like you're special? And do you think by making a move like that, the Most High was going to be that much closer to you? The way that people process things in their head is truly insanity. And we truly need the scriptures to keep us grounded and humble, because in our ways, there's a way that seems right unto a man, but the end be snares and death. But let's keep going.
Verse,
you want to pull something?
Yeah, but I'll wait.
No, we can do it now if you want it. If you want it.
No, it's all right. I'll wait. It's going to come in later on.
Okay. All right. Cool. Let's continue.
It says, verse 35. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, for I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, and the captain of the guard.
Okay. Now, let's see. I guess we can continue in the scriptures, and we'll come back in verse 30, in chapter 39, and bounce back and forth. Let me see. No, that's good. Wow. I'm gonna read this last sentence in the Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 3, paragraph 4. It's the bottom part.
Of I got it.
I can read it. I just want to make sure the sisters can find it. It's paragraph. It's chapter 3, the bottom of I'm gonna read that.
He sat down.
Yeah. What number is that for them to see?
It's page 55.
The bottom of paragraph 4
Page
in the
55.
Josephus.
Chapter 3.
Okay, where it says, this is not Joseph, this is Jacob. It says, he sat down also, clothed in sackcloth and in heavy affliction, insomuch that he found no ease when his sons comforted him, neither did his pains remit by length of time. So this act that his sons did, it didn't blow over. He didn't let it go. This pain stuck in Jacob for years. Okay, it just shows the effect that this effect wasn't just some short-term scenario. Now we're gonna read Genesis chapter 38. Unless you want to go to that point.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Not yet.
It's gonna
Yeah.
jump back
Okay.
into it. But Genesis 38 and
Verse
1.
1.
Mm-hmm.
Genesis chapter 38, verse 1. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned in to a certain Adulamite, whose name was Hirah. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her. And she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan.
So Judah sat back here and got him some Canaanite gas, man. Listen, them Canaanite women were known to be wicked and negative. It just is what it is. But on the flip side, I think the Most High winked at it because there wasn't any of our nations set up yet. There wasn't a lot of Hebrews still functioning around for us to choose from. But let's keep going.
All right, verse 5. And she yet again conceived and bare a son and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bare him. Verse 6. And Judah took a wife of his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord.
What was this cat doing now? What was Judah's son? His name was Er.
Yeah.
Mistake.
Yeah.
Listen, this cat, I don't know what kind of wickedness Judah's firstborn was doing. Man, we read on, but we see in the sight of the Lord he was wicked. Read on.
And the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother.
Because according to the scripture, that's what's supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
If the son doesn't have a child by his wife, then the second brother has to come in there and take on that position so that the seed of the brother can continue on.
Right, his name will continue.
His name can continue.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his.
He knew that the kid wasn't going to be his. That kid was going to be his brother Er's son, just to maintain the family line. Also, Onan didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to keep on his brother's lineage for whatever wicked damn reason it was. Read on.
That's irresponsible, man.
Irresponsible and selfish.
Yep.
Read on.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass when he went in unto his brother's wife.
What's crazy? He still dealt with it.
Right. Yeah.
That's what makes no sense.
Right.
You still deal with her, but I ain't gonna have a kid by her. But I'm gonna go enjoy the fruits of it.
So why act like you gonna be responsible and make a baby? What was the purpose of doing the action?
That's the point. That's the point. Continue.
Because
because that's how Jake do.
Yeah.
You know.
It says that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother.
And that was cruelty, and it was hating that too.
Wow.
Read on.
And the thing which he did despised the Lord.
It displeased the Lord because it was a hateful act. You don't want to sit back and continue your brother's genealogy. Read on.
Wherefore he slew him also.
So listen, both of Judah's kids got wiped out just like that.
Yeah.
What does it show? It showed that Judah that guy wasn't really on point, man. His lineage was off. The spirit behind these dudes were wrong, man. They really weren't.
Yeah, it was Judah that said, let's make some money off our brother Joseph.
See, I was on the phone when I heard that point came out.
Yeah.
It's messed up, man. So let's get 20 pieces of silver for him, man.
Yeah, 20 pieces of silver.
Well, listen, the Most High don't be. These stories aren't there just there for no reason, man. There's a reason that these stories are there for our learning, for us to understand that, hey, these cats that was negative, they got stoned for this move too. You lost 2 of your firstborn sons.
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them got knocked out. Sheesh, man. It shows you he was spearheading a lot of that stuff. Judah was hating that. But let's keep going.
Okay. So verse
I think it's 10. No, 11.
No, 11. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown.
So the third son he had, he says, let my son get older, and then you stay a widow with your Canaanite family, and when he's ready, I'll give you a call. Read on.
For he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died, and Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hirab the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garment off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place.
Hold on, real quick. So verse 12 tells you that there was a period of time it went down.
Yeah.
It's some time that went down to where Judah's wife passed. Okay? So he's going up to these sheep shearers. Tamar, which is that woman who was supposed to wait until Shua or Shelah is of age for Shelah to take her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So obviously a long period of time. So now what Tamar does is goes and meets up Judah at the location that he was at. Just trying to make sure the story is clear. Read on.
It says, for she saw Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife.
So she realized that her son, that Judah's son was old enough to marry her, and Judah didn't keep his promise. The father didn't keep his promise to take Tamar to Shelah. Mm-hmm. Read on.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto
his profession.
Yeah.
It's the truth. Read on.
And he turned unto her by the way, and said, go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, what wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it?
Like a proof that you're going to come back. Let me see your ID.
Yeah.
Let me hold your ID.
Let me hold something.
Let me hold something. Let me hold a credit card. Let me hold something.
Yeah. Some collateral.
There's some collateral to make sure, hey, that you're gonna stick to what you're going to say. Read on.
And he said, what pledge shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place.
What's that?
Wasn't they in on that? I mean, who would knowing this, I'm quite sure they had to know the situation. Why would they tell her, hey, your father-in-law is coming? It's almost like they set that whole situation up and they knew what was going on behind it.
Well, they said somebody, let's go find, it said, and it was told Tamar. Somebody told Tamar this. It didn't say who. And it didn't say it was the people that was in that sheep sharing land. The thing is, when you're in new situations, you want to make sure you don't add or take too much from it.
Right.
You know, you just kind of keep it the way it is. If there's no real proof, and you don't want to assume it's a setup because you don't know. You know what I mean? Somehow the word got to it. Okay, read on.
It says, then he asked the
because by telling her that, who would have thought she would have went up there? Enforced that scenario. Maybe she might have just sat back here and just talked to Shuel or talked to him about Shuel. Who would have thought she would have put on her little outfit and did what she did? Who would have thought that?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly what I was thinking.
What?
Yeah,
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
yeah, the outfit. Yeah,
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
yeah.
Anyway.
That get attention outfit.
Yeah. Exactly. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. It says, hold on. It says, verse 22, Genesis chapter 38, verse 22. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, let her take it to her, lest we be ashamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, bring her forth, and let her be burnt.
We're going to burn her. That's real. That's raw, and that's real.
Yeah.
And listen, he ain't talking about the fact that he forgot to send Shuel down there.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it was mistaken, he forgot.
Right.
He ain't talking about that. We're going to kill her. We're going to kill her dead. Let's keep going.
But he ain't had no problem dealing with harlots.
No, he said they had no problem with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They still missing. Them singers and rings still missing. The staff still missing.
Verse 25.
We got him a new one.
We got a new one. Took a shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 25. When she was brought forth, she said to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are, am I with child? And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these? The signet, and the bracelets, and the staff.
She knew who it was. She was set up.
And Judah acknowledged them, and said, she hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son, and he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out, and as she said, how hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah.
Okay, his name was Zerah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
Boxing in the womb.
It's fight, exactly. It's crazy.
You know, kids cut in line in elementary school.
All the time.
You wonder where it come from. Yeah, they've been trying to cut in line.
That's hilarious.
I'm coming out first.
That's funny. Cutting in line.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do Genesis 39 verse 1.
Genesis chapter 39 verse 1. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer to Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither.
So Potiphar bought him from the Ishmaelites, okay, to bring him down to Egypt. And Potiphar was the chief captain, one of the top officers in the Egyptian kingdom. Okay, read on.
And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master the Egyptian.
Now we're going to hold this. We're going to go now to the antiquities of the Jews. Once again, book 2, chapter 4, paragraph 1 down. And we'll stop whenever the time is supposed to be.
So Genesis 39, we stopped Genesis 39 at 3.
Yeah, well, 2. Yeah, we finished at 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2.
We're going to be at 3.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 4, paragraph 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is page 55 in the Josephus, if you have the blue one.
Thank you.
Now Potiphar, an Egyptian, who was chief cook to King Pharaoh, bought Joseph unto the merchants who sold him to him. He had him in the greatest honor, and taught him the learning that became a free man, and gave him leave to make use of a diet better than that was allotted to slaves.
What's crazy is that whatever Joseph was doing, however he rode, he was always able to win the favor of the powers that be. To the point where they said, listen, man, you don't even got to eat the slave food, man. You're going to eat regular food like us. You don't got to eat the slave food. You don't got to eat the scraps and slop. I'm going to treat you like my own. He got the free education like a free man. He was able to get taught, developed, eat right. Read on.
You know, Scripture say, if the Most High be with you, who could be against you?
It's when a man's ways please the Most High, even his enemies be at peace with you.
God.
Yeah. That's in Proverbs. I think it's 16. It's Proverbs 16 and 7.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 7. When a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him.
Exactly. And what that means is, obviously, when you're locked in with the Most High, He's going to protect you. But why would the Most High protect you and look after you? It's the fact that you're serving the Most High, your heart is pure, and your work ethic is pure.
Yep.
You're going to keep reading. Joseph's work ethic was pure. His effort was pure. His dedication was pure. His sacrifice was pure. And because it was that, because all those things were pure, he was always able to find the favor of the powers that be. It's going to explain a little more. Read on.
He entrusted also the care of his house to him. So he enjoyed these advantages.
Listen, how do you get to the point where another nation who you were a slave and you were entrusted to run the affairs of the entire household with no problems? Obviously, it wasn't just he talked a good game. His effort showed it, his work showed it, his consistency earned that position. On top of the fact that the Most High was with him. Read on.
So he enjoyed these advantages, yet did not he leave that virtue which he had had before. Upon such a change of his condition, but he demonstrated that wisdom was able to govern the uneasy passions of life, in such as have it in reality, and do not only put it on for a show under a present state of prosperity.
You know what it's showing you? What he's showing you is that his actions were true. And a lot of times when people start to get blessed, when people's lifestyle conditions change, when their money gets tight, when their life gets a little more comfortable, all of a sudden their willingness to serve the Most High starts to dissipate. All of a sudden their work ethic changes. All of a sudden their attitude changes. Their mindset changes. How they carry themselves changes. A lot of times, this is a different type of topic, but when they interview athletes, before they give them these big contracts, these big time contracts, a lot of times they're interviewing because they want to make sure that once this guy becomes a millionaire, a multi-millionaire, does this person go to practice again? Do they love the sport? Do they love playing football? Do they love playing baseball? Do they love these things that they do to get them so much money? Or when they get this money, is the work ethic going to change? Is their mindset going to change? Is their effort going to change? And what Joseph was showing is that whether he got elevated, he was able to have service under him, whether his lifestyle changed, his food changed, his diet changed. He was doing some surf and turf instead of eating some slop. His effort was the same, his mindset was the same, his piety and his wisdom and his effort didn't change. And that is an attribute that we have to make sure that we have. Because a lot of times we don't get the blessings that we think we deserve or that we think we want, because the Most High knows what's inside of us. A lot of us, if we had more money in our pocket, a better job, a better scenario, the Most High knows it better than us that our effort would change.
Yep, and I want to read this on that point. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 11. He says, beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, and not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. Lest, when thou hast eaten and are full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thine heart be lifted up, and thou forget the Lord thy God, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. So it's something that the Most High knows about us as a people, that when everything is good, the condition is good, the environment is good,
The money good.
the money's good, the food is good, I'm draped out, my clothing is good, my attire is good,
Comfortable.
I'm comfortable, my household is stable, there's no, all my bills are paid, I'm not in fear of loss or debt. When I'm comfortable, the Most High's warning is that, do you still have the same persuasion or purpose as to serve the Most High? Or was it about you getting your condition changed, serving the Lord only to change your condition, and then once your condition changes, then the Most High is on the back burner, he's last in your book of priorities, and he's the last thing on your mind. And that's what the Most High wants to know, is that, and that's what he's warning us of, is that I'm going to give you all these things, but what is your mind going to be like once I give it to you? Are you going to retain, like you said earlier, that integrity?
Yep.
Are you still going to maintain fear of the Most High? Are you still going to read the Bible? Is the Bible still going to be important?
Your main focus.
Right. When you're good, or is the Bible only critical when your health is in danger? Is the Bible only critical when your finances are in danger? Or is the Bible only critical when you're in a bad position?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Or is your love conditional?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's what he wants to know.
Because the Most High is a jealous power. And because he's a jealous power, he wants to make sure that priority list always stays the same.
Right.
Why do I get up in the morning? It's my motivation to please the Heavenly Father. A lot of times it's easier to make the Most High your priority when you have nothing. When you're at the bottom and you're struggling, it's easy to cleave to the Most High. But I've seen a lot of brothers in my time when they get a paycheck, when they get some money in their pocket, or their rib comes along. Before a rib, they're 1,000% about the Most High. When they get a rib, there's some extra money in their pocket, all of a sudden they don't come around. They don't come around. They don't dedicate. They're not consistent in the book. It was almost like people want to serve the Most High until they got something. Now they can kind of go on autopilot and live their life. That happens all the time.
You know, they play their hand.
Yep.
They kind of reveal what was in their hand. That would, I was only loyal. I was only showing allegiance. I was only dedicated until my condition got right. And then once my condition got right, then I have no need to be suffering with the body.
Yep.
I don't have to suffer anymore. Why should I? You know what I'm saying?
And what he's showing you was that Joseph, regardless of the change of his circumstance, regardless of the change of his condition, he never changed. His character never changed. His effort never changed. His dedication to his craft didn't change. Yes, sis.
I just want to confirm, that was Deuteronomy 8
And 11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this was Moses at the time was prepping. Don't forget, the whole book of Deuteronomy was like a month leading up to them crossing over the River Jordan. That book of Deuteronomy was not a years and years and years time. It was Moses' farewell speech to the Jews. He was like, listen, you guys are about to cross over Jordan. You got to make sure you don't get comfortable because you're about to get blessed. You're about to take these Canaanites over, get rich, blow up overnight. But how are you going to handle it? Moses was trying to prepare Israel to handle prosperity the right way, and Israel didn't. Because most of the time we don't handle prosperity well. Because our priorities change, our motivations change, that fire to drive and fight and push starts to dwindle. And the most I've seen that dynamic happen in schools and camps and individuals, from an individualistic basis to a camp basis. Relationships, the whole nine. He gives you the blessing to see if you love the creature more than the creator, the blessing more than the actual power that blessed. You read that same concept in the book of Wisdom of Solomon. It talks about how, I'm not going there, but it talks about how Israel was so caught up in the blessings that the Most High gave instead of focusing on the power that gave the blessings. And we have a pattern of choosing the blessing over the power that creates the blessing. So one of the things that made Joseph so potent is that his effort didn't change no matter if his condition changed. Up or down. He was the same person every day. And that made him great. Okay? Let's go to paragraph, let's go to scriptures. Then we'll go back to this one.
Stop right there.
Yeah. Because we're going to be bouncing back and
All
forth.
right. Jack, back to Genesis chapter 39, and we're in verse 3. Genesis chapter 39, verse 3. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptians' house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field.
The crazy thing was that the Most High was blessing Potiphar's house, but Potiphar knew that it was because of Joseph.
Right.
He could see that Joseph's work ethic, mindset, mentality changed the culture of the house out.
Yep.
The whole way the house ran and was operating was based off of Joseph's consistency, effort, and dedication.
Joseph was a benefit to their kingdom.
Exactly.
It just shows you that the Egyptians didn't really receive blessings until we got there.
Yep, and it also shows you whatever circumstance you're in, you still have a responsibility to do what? Give your 100% effort to it. Whether I'm working at my job, Moses said, whatever you put your hand to do it with what?
All your
With
might.
all your might. There's no shortcuts in life. He was a slave still. He was still a slave.
Yep.
He was still a servant. If you were in a position where you felt you were being a slave or being taken advantage of or used, would you give your spirit 100% to it? When you sat back here and really wouldn't get a benefit one way or another from giving 100% of your spirit, would you do it? Because that's what he's showing about Joseph's character. Whether he was at the bottom or he was eating good food, it didn't matter. His effort was the same, which was why he was entrusted to run the house the way it was supposed to be. Yes.
I was thinking about, where's that Bible verse that says, whatever you do it as if you're doing it unto the Lord. That's what Joseph
Oh,
was
yeah.
doing.
That's in the New Testament. Yeah.
Regardless of where he was at, it was
Yeah.
the Most High.
Yeah.
Also notice he didn't say, oh, these are the other nations, so I don't have to do my best effort.
And that's the
Right.
point, because it's Esau. Because that's that mindset we end up having. Oh, we're dealing with the Edomites. Okay,
You're supposed to
that is no different than Daniel. Daniel was under the Babylonians, wasn't he? And what did he do? He gave his spirit, and he was elevated in the Babylonian kingdom. The only thing is, just don't be about the Babylonian gods.
right.
Don't serve Babylonian gods, but be the best you can in the administration or whatever is provided in front of you.
Right.
You should have a responsibility the scripture says to wax old in thy work. Listen, we have a responsibility, regardless of our circumstance, to wax old in our effort and our dedication with what's provided in front of us.
I got that scripture sheet. The
Yeah.
scripture that you mentioned says in Colossians chapter 3 verse 23. It says, man, it really starts at 22. It's Colossians chapter 3 verse 22. It says, servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing the Most High. Verse 23. And whatsoever ye do, do it heartily as to the Lord and not unto men.
And that's the point. And listen, that's how you get elevated. Yeah. If you want to get blessed in your life, then don't sit back here and try to find shortcuts. If you want the Most High's acknowledgement, give your spirit in whatever arena you're in. This is that's how you get the Most High's attention. You're supposed to sit back here and serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart. You want to sit back here and be upbeat in whatever arena you're doing. Be a positive example, a shining light at your job, around the sisters, or for the men around the brothers. It shouldn't be, oh man, I love being around the brothers, but I don't like going to work. Well, shit. You have a responsibility to maintain your spirit in any arena that you're in.
It's supposed to be you. It's not supposed to be.
It's once again, exactly, because I have listen, these guys are in slavery, they're in hell. How many times I heard Israel, oh, you in hell, we in hell, we in hell. Okay, we're in hell. Great, we're in hell. But can I sit back here and do my job effectively? Can I sit back here and get up in the morning every day and have a positive countenance, a positive mindset. You think Joseph was sitting back here, frowny face every damn day he went to the job? You think he would have been allowed to run the house and get promoted? And for sisters, why not go to the job with a positive mindset so you can get promoted and the Most High can work through you to get blessed? That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
Yes.
like every point. Like in my past experience of work, when I approach it that way, then what happens is that somebody else is watching. Somebody else is watching, and then they're looking at, well, it's not bothering her. What's different about her that she's not taking this obstacle at work? And then they're like, well, and then like I'll have lunch with someone. They're like, what's different about you? There's something different because there's other people that are watching us to be an example.
And that's the thing. And we can't worry about who's watching us. The only person we should be worried about is the Most High watching us. And if we're conscious of the Most High watching us and we're doing everything unto Him, everything else will work itself out. Whether I'm sitting back here, we're doing a move. We can't sit back here with holding our head down. Oh, the afflictions of Job. We're catching hell out here.
Right.
No, we come out here, we do our job, upbeat, positive, because we're representing the most, wherever you are, aren't you representing the Most High?
Yeah.
And that's the point.
Yep.
So I have to sit back here. He even tells you when you're, this is a different scenario, but if I'm fasting, what am I supposed to do?
Don't hold your head down.
Yeah.
Wash your face?
Yep. Wash
So
your face.
hey man, shalom y'all. Yahweh, I'm so thirsty. I'm sacrificing. Yeah, that white mouth.
Yeah, that cotton mouth.
That cotton mouth.
Yeah.
Listen, my face all dry and crusty.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just sacrificing, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to carry yourself like that.
I can't tell you what's wrong with me.
Oh yeah, this is between me and the Most High. Yeah, get out of here, man. You ready? Your clothes all dingy, not ironed. You man, get up and act like it's a regular day and get through it. He's showing you we're supposed to carry ourselves with that strength and that spirit, regardless of our condition, because we still represent the Heavenly Father in any arena we are. Okay, that's just a concept.
Or even as a wife, if you got it bad at home, your job should know that what's going on in your household.
Con-
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong? You're not
Nothing.
working today.
Nothing. Sigh.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
Because you want to talk, you want to complain,
Right.
but they're gonna have to keep fishing and digging for it.
What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I'm okay.
With your head down, everything like that. It's just, listen, when you're reading these scriptures and these stories, it's so important to pick up the characteristics. What makes one person blessed? Just like we're sitting back here talking about how the brothers were offended that they weren't blessed and Joseph was, a humble person would have been like, what? Why is the Most High with this person?
Right.
Why is the Most High giving Joseph these visions? Why is the Most High sitting back here and blessing his hand in everything he does?
Yep.
But it takes a humble person to do that. To sit back and say, man, but we have an opportunity to sit back and read about Isaac, Abraham, Joseph, Jacob. What were the attributes that the Most High loved about these people? And can I implement these great attributes into my life so I can gain more attention from the Heavenly Father? This is why we read these things. Because we go into such detail about their characteristics and their personality.
Yeah.
So we can sit back here and find an edge. Can we find an edge to get close to the Most High? Or we're going to be that proud person, well, you made me like this, Father. This is what I am. Take me as I am. Because we'll have that mindset also. Okay. Okay. So, yes.
I was going to say, what I'm pulling from this, kind of like what you said at the beginning of the class about what our mindset should be while we're in the battle. What I'm learning, even just to be, on a personal level, is to be in the moment. Be in the moment and pay attention to the skills that you're supposed to be building. Because what I'm seeing is, if I'm in a moment where I'm in a base, and I'm bragging about being a base and not being humble and paying attention to the skills I'm supposed to learn, I'll always find that I'll be in a situation where later on, those skills that if I was paying attention would have helped me prevail through the next situation.
you'll stay abased. You know what's funny? I said if you don't focus on what you have to do to get out of your rut, you'll always stay in that position.
I
Remember, like 2 years ago, we had to sit back here and start from scratch. And we could have focused on the fact that we're starting from scratch. Or we could focus on everything we need to do to be in position to get blessed down the line. Because you're not going to just get blessed because you're a good person. And you're a nice person and you don't break the law. People have this naiveness about the Heavenly Father. And all you got to do is read Bible verses or teach Bible verses. And through osmosis, everything that you're deficient in is going to get blessed. Because I read Bible verses and I study Bible verses. It is a combination of reading, studying, not being afraid of the toil. What do you think was reading about Jacob and his sons? They were rich and they were blessed because they were living right.
Virtues.
And they were sitting back here and not afraid of that toil that comes from work. That day-to-day grind, that day-to-day sacrifice, and the mastering of it. The mastering of how to do things the right way. I'm going to read that again. Because it's a very important point.
Was it Joseph?
It was it?
Mm-hmm.
It was, yeah. Was it? I thought it was in, yeah. It's, I'll read it. It was, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 2. It happened that Jacob came to so great happiness as rarely other persons had arrived. So, this person was happy. Everybody wants to be happy in Israel.
Yeah.
I want to be happy, right? Everybody wants to find some kind of happiness and peace of mind and comfort in serving the Most High. This is Jacob's version of comfort. How did Jacob get comfortable? He was happy more than most people in the world. He was richer than the rest of the inhabitants of that country and was at once envied and admired for such virtuous sons, for they were deficient in nothing. The kids were well balanced, but were of great souls, both for laboring with their hands and enduring toil. The sons were known for the labor of their hands and the enduring of toil. Why? Because the father was laborious in hands and had an endurance in toil. Where did he learn that from? When Laban was treating him like a damn slave. When Laban was Labanan brothers. What was Laban do? He was telling everybody that he's going to be okay. This is love. I love you.
I love you. I'm
But when I work you like a damn government mule. That was but he learned. He talked about Jacob, how Jacob was about to pass out in the heat, was about to freeze in the dang freezing cold. He had to go through all these ups and downs to learn how to perfect his craft. So, learning first, then he taught his children how to labor with their hands and endure the toil. That's how he became rich. Not just that. He said, and shrewd also in understanding. So what does this encompass? I'm shrewd in my business affairs. I teach you hard physical work, endurance, and business savvy, business wisdom. So what does that mean a person has to do to get rich in something? I have to have the whole package. And if I don't have the whole package, what should I be dedicating myself in? Working to attain the whole package if I want the happiness and success that I'm looking for. But what's Israel's problem as a whole?
We want something for nothing.
We want to get blessed, but we don't want to sit back here and have to go through the toil, the endurance, the toil, the work ethic, and the skill that it takes to learn the whatever business that you're applying, how to be great at it. It takes the whole process in order to get the happiness that a person looks for. Then why aren't other people happy in their endeavors? Because they're not doing that. They're not going through everything necessary to get blessed and acknowledged by the Heavenly Father. So not only are you supposed to follow the laws, follow these scriptures, read this book, we have to take pride in every other aspect of our work if we want the success that we think we deserve, because being an Israelite was a birthright. We sit back and talk about we're a nation of kings and princes and all this awesome stuff. We're kings and queens and princes and princesses. But our actions don't match that. We got caviar dreams and aspirations. But we got like dollar store work ethic. It's that dollar store, Dollar Tree. We got Dollar Tree work ethic. Because in Cali it was a 99-cent store. I don't know if they even got that out here, but in California it was a 99-cent store.
Yeah, we got
We got none of that.
They got 99-cent store?
Yeah,
It ain't like Dollar Tree though. Dollar Tree's everywhere out here. But in Cali it was 99. It was big 99 cents in blue.
Yeah.
Everything that was less than $1, huh?
Yeah, it's on the road. It's there.
Okay. The point is, we don't understand what it takes to find real happiness. It's having that willingness to embrace every aspect. Listen, when things are down, can we stay positive? When things are up, can we keep our work ethic? Mm-hmm. Are we accustomed to toil for long periods of time? Where is our endurance at? And then, we're not just these work borderos, we actually have some damn understanding in our work too. Because there's some of us who can work like a damn beast of burden, but don't understand paperwork.
Yep.
Because maybe the understanding of how to do business back in those days wasn't paperwork. But in this damn society, you better have your paperwork right. You can be a beast of burden. You can be about working hard, working long periods of time, and still be broke. If you don't type your patent, what's that?
No, you're mad.
You better have a damn couple calculators around you. I say calculators, not even calculators. Calculators. You better listen. You better align yourself with some people that can show you how to do things the right way. Right. This is how you become happy. What's that?
So we're supposed to be continually skill building. We're not supposed to be sitting there.
Yes.
Be learning how to
waiting for the Spirit to bless you through osmosis, because that's the mindset that we have. We have a very religious mindset as a people.
So that would be the application of faith without works instead, as well as works without faith.
It's the whole.
I'm working towards what
exactly.
I'm trying to get the most out of.
It's not about what a man or woman doesn't have. That's not the problem. Because the Most High will give to all people liberally. That's what he says in James. We'll all get blessed liberally if we commit ourselves to working on what's inside of us, to fixing those issues in us. Once again, I don't want to make this a lesson just about that.
The scripture on that point that you have,
Mm-hmm.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "And herein I give my advice, for this is expedient for you, who have begun before, but not only to do, but also to be forward a year ago." So he's saying that this advice that he's giving is to show you how to get ahead instead of how to just sustain. Because a lot of us go to work, but we get depressed and down out in that work because we don't see nothing coming from our works. Nothing's manifesting from our works. So that because we don't see the fruit of our labor, I'm just working to pay bills. As soon as I get it, it comes in one hand, goes out the other. So I'm just sustaining myself. A person that's just sustaining themselves feels like they're not growing. They feel like that. I'm working, I'm doing A, B, and C, but I don't see any progress coming from it. I don't see an end result to it. So he said, this is my advice that I would give somebody to get ahead in life, or to get not just financially, but to get ahead of whatever circumstance they're in. He says, verse 11. He says, "Now therefore perform the doing of it." So he says, you got to get busy. If you want to get ahead, you got to get busy. He says, "Now therefore perform the doing of it, that as there was a readiness to will." So based upon your desire, if you have a strong desire to get ahead, or to put yourself in a position where you want to be happy, if you have that desire, that's okay. It's okay. You should have that desire. That desire is what should spark the motivation to come to be better or to be ahead of your circumstance. He says, "Now therefore perform the doing of it, that as there was a readiness to will, so there may be a performance also out of that which ye have." He says your desire could be grade A. Your desire, your wants. You want to be a better person. You want to be in a better situation. He says, but your performance must match your desire. And that's the problem. A lot of us have a strong desire or will to be great, or to get ahead of a situation, but we don't have the performance that matches that desire.
Yeah.
So what it comes down to is, if I want something so bad, then if I'm going to get ahead, then where's my performance at? My performance, which is actions, which is work, which is labor, which is toil, which is, grinding. that performance
And wisdom behind it.
and the
too.
wisdom behind it should be able to match my desire. Those two things should be congruent. And if those two things are aligned, if my performance and my desire are aligned, he said, this is how I get ahead. So that's the recipe to get ahead of a situation. You got to have a strong desire and you got to have a strong performance, which is actions to back it up. A lot of us have desire, but we don't got no actions.
Or performance.
Or performance.
Because, you know, listen, action, we have action. But performance means what? What's another word for performance? Execution. Is this one thing to perform, to do an action or to work? But are we doing it the right way?
Right.
The way that
It's effective.
other successful individuals are doing it. And that's where Israel a lot of times misses the mark.
Yep.
Now, if a person just wants to work their gig and go home, then cool. Then accept your condition altogether. But for those who want more, there has to be a greater effort to get what you want.
You might have a great imagination, or you might have a creative mind.
Mm-hmm.
But what good is all these ideas that you come up with, these schemes, these plans, multi-million-dollar schemes and plans that you got, but you don't perform none of it. You don't execute none
Or
of it.
you're intelligent and you got a crappy work ethic.
Right.
Because in this chapter and the chapter about Joseph, it gives you a myriad of concepts you have to be successful. Work ethic, endurance, understanding of your craft, the understanding of of the business you're doing. And then it goes into personality, outlook, character. All of these things are
Right. The right attitude.
the right attitude. You're the consistency of your attitude. Your attitude has to be as consistent as how hard you work, as your toil.
Yeah.
Do I sit back here? Then you read, do I sit back here and have my bosses feel comfortable for me to sit back and take on more responsibility? Is my work ethic that consistent?
Am I entrusted or trustworthy?
Exactly. Based off another person's standard. Because you're going to read about Joseph, everybody he was around trusted him. You can read he was thrown in jail, and the head jail cat had him running the damn jail. What kind of crap is that? You won the warden's attention? The warden, Potiphar, everybody he was around, he won their trust. That is a gift and a skill. How many things why I don't get along with my boss? That happens a lot. me and my boss will see eye to eye.
Yeah, we clash.
What the hell does that mean, clash? That means I don't want to adapt.
Well, we have creative differences.
Yeah, right. That's a nice one to say. I don't want to follow. I want to do what I want to do, and my boss wants me to do more, and I don't make enough to do more. That's the mindset. How many times you heard that around people? I ain't busting my tail for all that.
Yeah, he don't pay me enough.
You don't pay me enough for all that. Well, you know what? Then don't be mad. You're in your condition. And then, if you want to create your own business, see how well your standard takes you. How far your standard takes you. That's the other thing. So one thing, all these scenarios are important to understand, coupled with the scriptures, coupled with your understanding of the Bible, and your desire to serve the Most High. These are the things you have to be conscious of if you want happiness in your arenas. Or accept your conditions, good, bad, or indifferent. Most of us don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm. We complain.
We complain. Okay. So, let's get back in these scriptures.
We was in
Genesis.
I think you wanted something.
We're definitely in Genesis. I just don't know. Well, I mean, obviously we're in Genesis.
You was
39. No, I'm gonna still go back to that because paragraph 2 talks about when he starts dealing with that sister.
Oh,
He starts dealing with him. So we're gonna keep going and
You want to go back to Genesis?
we're gonna go to Genesis 39, and we have a long way to go. Verse 4. 39 and 4.
Genesis chapter 39, verse 4. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand.
Can you listen? That's a lot of trust for the poor. Listen, a slave, for a slave to sit back here and get entrusted with everything that your boss has, the level of trust you have to earn to get elevated from the slave, to get your diet allowed to, they give you different food. They treat you like a...
You had access to the royal treasury?
Exactly. You had access to everything Potiphar had. And he tells you he wasn't even thinking about what he was doing. It wasn't like he gave it to him when he was looking at him. He let him run it so he can go about doing his business. Anyway, continue.
Verse 4. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored.
Well, you see what he said? He left everything in Joseph's hands. He wasn't sitting back here and stressing about what Joseph was doing with what with Pontiphar possessions.
Yep.
He built that level of trust. Okay, let's keep going.
All right. Verse 7. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, Lie with me. Mm-hmm. But he refused, and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house, and he hath committed all that he had to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I this great wickedness and sin against the Most High? It says, how then can I do this great wickedness and sin against the Most High? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her to lie by her or to be with her.
Now we're going to go to paragraph 2. Okay. Now then we're going to Antiquities of the Jews again in the Josephus. I think it's, let me see. It's page 55 still, paragraph 2. Okay, it's page 55, paragraph 2. So it says, for when his master's wife, this is Pontiphar wife, was fallen in love with him, Joseph, both on account of his beauty of body and his dexterous management of affairs, his ability to sit back and manage multiple projects at a time, his intelligence. And suppose that if she should make it known to him, she could easily persuade him to come and lie with her, and that he would look upon it as a piece of happy fortune, and his mistress should entreat him as regarding the state of slavery he was in, because he was still in slavery. So she's like, if I throw it on him, he gonna look at it as an opportunity, as a come up. It's a come up that I deal with him. Okay, he gonna take it. He gonna want it. Then it says, and not his moral character, which continued after his condition has changed or was changed. Because once again, this is what made Joseph so special. His moral character didn't change whether he was down or up. His outlook didn't change. His work ethic didn't change. His belief in these scriptures and his willingness to hold true to the standard never changed. And it said, so she made known her naughty inclinations and spake to him about lying with her. However, he rejected her entreaties, not thinking it agreeable to religion to yield so far to her, as to do what would tend to the affront and injury of him that purchased him, and had vouchsafed him so great honors. He, on the contrary, exhorted her to govern that passion, and laid before her the impossibility of obtaining her desires, which he thought might be conquered, if she had no hope in succeeding. So he's like, he thought if he told her it would never happen, she'd let it go. She'd back off.
Yep.
If he told her that it was an impossibility of getting what you want.
Right, you said you need to control yourself, woman.
And he was teaching her, he was trying to teach her, man, you better sit back and control those desires because it's never going to happen. And he hoped by telling her that, she'd let it go and move on with her damn business. And it says, he would endure anything, whatever, before he would be persuaded to it. For although it was fit for a slave as he was to do nothing contrary to his mistress, and slaves did what they was told, he might well be excused in a case where the contradiction was to such sort of commands only. See, he could have played the dumb role, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
He could have played the dumb role. Just follow the orders, Captain.
Yeah.
I was told. I'll do what I was told.
Yeah.
What's that?
That was a real thing.
It was a real thing, but you know what it shows you? It shows you also the wickedness of the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can play dumb if I want to, but the Most High knows me, and I got to sit back here and live by a higher standard, and I just can't play this slave card now.
You know, a lot of times in slavery, in our slavery here in America, it's happened to where, you know, something was found out by the master, and what was going on with her picking up slave men, buck slaves. But then, if there was a pregnancy out of it, she would always pull the rape card. She would always he forced himself on me. You know what I'm saying? And he knew that he was a dead man. You know what I'm saying? But Joseph wouldn't do it, even if nobody would find out, because his fear of the Most High was greater than the temporary pleasure for that moment.
Exactly. But he says, but this opposition of Joseph, when she did not expect it, made her still more violent in love with him, or in her love to him. And as she was sorely beset with this naughty passion, so she resolved to compass her design by a second attempt. Okay. When therefore there was a public festival coming on, in which it was the custom for women to come to the public solemnity, she pretended to her husband that she was sick, as contriving an opportunity for solitude and leisure, that she might entreat Joseph again. Which opportunity being obtained, she used more kind words to him than before, and said that it had been good for him to have yielded to her first solicitation, and to have given her no repulse, both because of the reverence he ought to bear to her dignity who solicited him, and because of the vehemence of her passion by which she was forced, though she were his mistress, to condescend beneath her dignity. But that, so she's gaming him, but that he may know, by taking more prudent advice, wipe off the imputation of his former folly. For whether it were he expected the repetition of her solicitations she had now made, and that with greater earnestness than before, for that she had pretended sickness on this very account, and had preferred his conversation before the festival and his solemnity. Or whether he opposed her former discourses, as not believing she could be in earnest, she now gave him sufficient security by thus repeating her application, that she meant not in the least by fraud to impose him, and assured him that if he complied with her affections, he might expect the enjoyment of the advantages he already had, and if he were submissive to her, he should still greater advantages. She said, listen, I ain't gonna snitch on you. It's between me and you. You're not gonna lose the power, because she thought it was about, he was afraid of losing power and position. She assured him he wouldn't lose power and position, and she assured him he'll get greater advantages. Okay? So once again, she's trying to bribe him. What he's showing you a lot of times, even when we're trying to serve the Most High, a lot of times we have to choose to stick to our belief system or take a bribe. Take an easier answer. Take an easier path. All she was trying to do with her conversation was to make him in his mind think it was okay, or it wasn't as bad. Right. To sit back here and compromise what he believed in. Everything, and this is when we're sitting back here and fighting our battles, it's the same thing. Whether it's in our head or by the person next to us. What ends up happening? We either try to convince ourselves what we're doing is not that bad, or other people convince us it's not that bad, to compromise what we believe in. And we'll sit back here and we'll fall in the trick bag and we'll look up and say, I made a mistake.
Yep.
Because we convince ourselves that the negative that we're doing is not that bad. It's not that bad. Nobody's looking. The Most High will forgive you. Most of the time, that's what we tell ourselves before we do negative in the first place.
Yeah. Or it's just one time.
It's just one time.
Yeah, the Most High is not going to sting me because it only happened once.
Exactly.
And that's another lie that we tell ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I do it all the time.
To justify getting into the position and falling. And then once you're in there, what's keeping you from doing it 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 times?
Right.
Now your eyes are open to that negative. Now it's easier to go and do the negative each time you go deal forth.
Yep.
Okay? And it
You
says,
want to read?
no, good. It's once again, it's the Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 4, the end of paragraph 3. I don't know what that number is. I don't know where it was.
Page 56.
Mm-hmm. And you know the paragraph area.
Yeah, it's
But that he must look for revenge.
okay. Let me get reuse that right there.
It was the greater advantages part.
Let me see. Is it sentence 47?
I don't have numbers on mine. That's
Oh,
what
you
I'm
got-
asking. He should still
Sentence
have
48.
48.
Okay, I see it. It says, and assured him.
I can read it. I was just trying to
Okay.
make sure everybody. I was trying to repeat so everybody had it.
Okay.
And he says, but that he must look for revenge and hatred from her, in case he rejected her desires. So now she's saying, listen, if you don't do what I want,
Yeah.
there's gonna be some punishments and repercussions coming through. If you want to sit back here and be the good boy and not lock in, you listen. There's gonna be some vengeance coming. And he says, and preferred the reputation of chastity before his mistress, for that he would gain nothing by such procedure, because she would then become his accuser and would falsely pretend to her husband that he had attempted her chastity, and that Potiphar would hearken to her words rather than his, let his be ever so agreeable to the truth. So she's putting him in a no-win situation. She's like, listen, do what I say and I'll cover you. If you don't do what I say, I'm going to snitch on you and say you tried anyway. Everything she could to corner him to compromise his beliefs. Paragraph 4. When the woman had said thus, and even with tears in her eyes, that's how they get you. Neither did pity dissuade Joseph from his chastity, nor did fear compel him to a compliance with her. But he opposed her solicitations and did not yield to her threatenings. So whether she came nice or cruel, he didn't resist either way, and was afraid to do an ill thing, and chose to undergo the sharpest punishment rather than to enjoy his present advantages by doing what his own conscience knew would justly deserve that he should die for. He also put her in mind that she was a married woman, and that she ought to cohabit, that she ought to cohabit with her husband only, and desired her to suffer these considerations to have more weight with her than the short pleasure of a lustful dalliance. I would imagine that dalliance is.
Yeah, we're gonna playing with the lust. Man.
I know it's lust play. It's lust play. I'm a dalliance, a casual, romantic, or sexual relationship. So he's like, consider what you built with your husband versus throwing it away on some temporary dalliance. That's a great word, which would bring her to repentance afterwards. Would cause trouble to her, and yet would not amend what had been done amiss. What he's also showing us is, in order to get yourself out of a spiritual battle, when you're getting weak, when your flesh is on the hook, and your body's on the hook, and you want to do negative, what mindset do you have to take to help get yourself out of it? You got to keep focusing on the repercussions. You have to keep focusing on what's going to happen after the moment. You got to get yourself out of the moment and into the repercussion phase of the moment. When your back's against the wall and your flesh is weak and your body's suffering and your mind ain't right, when you're not thinking clear, you got to sit back here and focus on the end results to help pull you out of the battle that you're in.
Right, because sometimes people will tell themselves, "Well, I'm really not gonna lose nothing anyway. I really ain't got nothing to lose.
Yep.
I'm already on the bottom. I'm already in this position.
Yep.
So you know what? What am I gonna really lose? You know, I ain't got nothing to lose. So
I don't have a wife.
Yeah.
I don't have no rib. I'm a slave.
Yep.
I might as well YOLO.
I might as well do it.
Because it goes, the mindset goes into the now versus focusing on down the line.
Down the line, right?
How do you get yourself out of a spiritual weakness? You have to fight. You got to keep talking about being out of the now. Repercussions, consequences. He kept telling us, listen, man, that you're going to be dealing with things you can't fix. You're not going to be able to fix what you're about to break. So once again, he's trying to get her, because he knew she had the power to sit back and ruin him anyway. So he's like, I got to get this spirit to sit back and think about the repercussions in her own marriage.
Yep.
That's the only way to help get her out of this lustful mindset she's in. But she didn't care. All she cared about was getting what she wanted. But it's a way also for us to understand how to get out of our lustful scenario.
You know, he didn't play with it. You know, playing with that idea would have been like, you know what, woman, come here. We can't be doing this.
Yeah.
I
don't understand.
This is wrong. This is wrong.
That's so
you got to get out of here. Yeah.
Get away! Get away! Get away!
You know,
Come here! Get away!
Lying.
Come here! Get away!
Yeah.
Listen, man. So he had to sit back here, and once again, repercussions and consequences. And if you talk about it enough, you read about it enough, you study about it enough, it'll help get you out of a weak state. You had a question? I'm sorry.
Did Joseph put himself in that situation where he kept being alone with her?
No. She set up to be alone. She sat back and told her husband she was sick.
Yeah.
His job was running whole affairs in the house.
But he was in her room, right?
He was in all the rooms. He has to sit back and run the whole house.
Okay.
And then it so happened that she set it up. Listen, she set it up to go see him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She was supposed to be out the house. He didn't know. It was a festival.
'Cause I was thinking,
Everybody's out the house during the festival. Think about this. Everybody's out the house. He's a slave. He ain't going to the Egyptian party. You got work to do, G.
Yeah. He's the pool cleaning
Shoe
guy.
program, man. You gotta handle your business out here,
He's the
man.
pool guy.
He's the pool. He's the milkman, right?
The milkman. He's the yard guy.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
Custodian.
Plumber, all that stuff. Electrician.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was asking because sometimes I feel like I put myself in situations that are harmful and could be, not good for me. And I was like, well, is Joseph putting himself in that situation? That's what I was asking.
No, he's not. He was sitting back doing his job. A lot of times, listen, we're all tested. It's what you do when you get tested. It's what you do when you're put in a position to compromise what you believe in or hold fast what you believe in. Because the thing is this, he's in a situation to where you either feed your flesh or you lose everything. Lose your life. That's what he was really dealing with. I can lose my life or I can get what I want to at the dip.
Enjoy.
I can get some temporary flesh, or I could die. Because she told him, listen, deal with me, it'll be discreet, you're not going to lose power, or I'm going to sit back here and avenge you. I'm going to make your life a living hell. What you going to do? His first answer was showing her that she had to make sure she gets out of this mindset so she doesn't make a mistake between her and her husband. Trying to get her in a more spiritual mindset. Yes.
One example of this is Moses in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 23. It says, by faith, Moses, when he was born, was hid 3 months of his parents because he saw he was a proper child, and they were not afraid of the king's commandment. By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. So even when Moses was put in a position as a higher up or authority figure, as second in command to Pharaoh, just like Joseph is right now, even when Moses was in that position, he despised that position. He didn't look at the advantages and take advantage of the opportunities and the pleasure that he was exposed to. Joseph was in that opportunity to enjoy the pleasures of this opportunity. But he chose to keep his chastity. Another person like that, female-wise, is Esther. I'm going to read this out of Apocrypha. It's Esther chapter 14 and verse 15. It says, thou knowest all things. Because remember, Esther was also raised up as being the queen. You know what I'm saying? Over all the land of that empire. So she had an opportunity to enjoy being in a high position and to get away with certain things. It says, Esther chapter 14, verse 15. Thou knowest all things, O Lord. Thou knowest that I hate the glory of the unrighteous, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised, and of all the heathen. So even though Esther was a queen in that kingdom, in the Persian kingdom, she still said, I hate all of them. I hate all of them and what they stand for, even though I'm a queen. She says, I hate the glory of it. It says, thou knowest my necessity, for I have bore the sign of my high estate, which is upon my head in the days wherein I show myself, and that I abhor it as a menstruous rag, and that I wear it not when I am private by myself. She says, she said, Lord, you know that I take this crown off my head when I'm by myself. I only put it on because I have to put it on. I only wear this tiara or this crown because I'm forced to.
And that's a beautiful point, because what it shows is that a lot of our people would have loved to just sit back here and be the queen and be the boss.
Oh man,
Just to get that position. All I got to do is compromise my belief system and deal with this Persian zone, and I'm the queen. That's all I got to do.
Mm-hmm.
But the Most High puts the individuals in a certain position to test where their heart is at and their love is at.
Yep.
And that decision, that move that she made, was strictly for the nation.
Yep.
Even being dealt with like that, that was a nationalistic move. It didn't benefit her anyway. And most of the time, the spiritual way doesn't please the flesh. And a lot of times there's this constant tussle inside of us of finding gratification in this world versus finding pleasure in just making that difficult, uncomfortable decision that doesn't please the flesh.
Yep.
And he knew by saying no, not only was he giving up dealing with a beautiful woman, he was also risking his life. And he knew it was a death sentence by telling her no. Only thing he could do was try to appeal to her morality, to hope she would sit back here and think about her love for her husband and what she's built with him, and in hopes that she won't sit back here and rat on him unjustly. Okay? Did you have any more than that?
No, that was it.
Okay, so it says, he also suggested to her the fears she would be in lest they should be caught, and that the advantage of concealment was uncertain, and that only while the wickedness was not known would there be any quiet for them, but that she might have the enjoyment of her husband's company without any danger. And he told her that in the company of her husband she might have great boldness from a good conscience, both before the Most High and before men. Nay, that she should act better like his mistress, and make use of her authority over him better, while she persisted in her chastity, than when they were both ashamed for what wickedness had been guilty of. They had been guilty of. And that it was much better to depend on a good life, well acted, and known to have been so, than the hopes of the concealment of evil practices. What he's showing you is it was better to have a clear conscience, a clear mindset, than to sit back here and live in sin, live and being afraid of what could happen.
Guilt.
That's the guilt, the fear, the guilt,
shame,
the shame, and the worry that you might get discovered.
Embarrassment.
Living like that is hell. He
Yeah.
said it's better to live knowing you ain't done nothing wrong, knowing that your conscience is clear, living free mentally.
Yep.
And to sit back here and live knowing that you screwed up, knowing that you can get caught, knowing that somebody can rat you out. That lifestyle is hell for you.
Yep.
Okay?
Or even to keep secrets. even the notion of keeping secrets and having these secrets, harboring those secrets within your mind, knowing that you're trying to be out open and forthright with a person you're in a relationship with, but you got all these dirty secrets, you got all these skeletons in the closet, and you got to live with them skeletons. You know what I'm saying? You're not free in your relationship.
God.
You know what I'm saying? Because even when you're trying to show that you care about this person, you still got to see them bones. You still got to see them skull and bones in the closet. You still got to remember, you know what? These things that I did, I wish if you can go back, there's a lot of regret in life.
Yep.
I wish I would have never done those things, because yeah, it might have felt good for the moment, but look at the pain that has caused me to have to live with, or the weight that's been on my shoulder, that I've been walking around knowing that I'm guilty and I'm not free in the mind. I'm not clear and free of the Most High, and I haven't been honest with this person that I'm supposed to be honest with. You know what I'm saying? I gotta live holding on these secrets. Even that's a weight that drags a person down. Because you can't hold none of those things in, and that's the beauty of having a clear conscience. You don't have anything pulling you down or dragging around like a ball and chain.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying? That's why he said the righteous are as bold as a lion. Clean hands make a man stronger and stronger. You know what I'm saying? I have that boldness and that confidence when I know I'm innocent.
And it was talked about that even in a Josephus dealing with Judas, and how Judas said the strength of a man is in his innocence.
Yep.
If I'm innocent and I know I've done nothing wrong, I can function free. And
Yep.
my confidence in the Most High is free now. I'm confident that I can do all things because I've done nothing wrong.
Can't look a person in the eye.
I can't look a person in the eye, but I can sit back and freely attack my battles, trusting the Most High's got my back because I'm innocent. Walking around here, you're full of guilt, you're full of shame, you're full of mistakes. It's hard to be confident in the Lord
Right.
with that mindset. And that's what Joseph was trying to warn this sister.
You know, that brings a lot of doubt because you tell yourself I'm not good enough.
I know that because you say you're not good enough because you've been doing a bunch of negative.
Right.
Yeah, you've been inconsistent as hell, but I need the Most High now. You need Him now. You need that confidence that He's with you. That He is a rewarder of them that diligently seek after Him. But I ain't been diligent.
Yep.
So am I going to get the reward? Am I going to get blessed? Is He going to look after me?
Right.
Don't know.
That assurity, that from being innocent, man.
Con.
Most High gonna take care of me. How do I know He gonna take care of me? Because I ain't been doing no wrong.
Exactly. And that's the protection. If we give ourselves to it, if we commit to it, we're going to see if this is like, yes, Joseph, you showed me some wisdom. I have discovered the error of my ways, and thank you for teaching me this knowledge. I know it's changed now.
Thank you for reminding me that I'm married.
Yeah, exactly. That I have a husband. And I don't want to kill you. I don't want to snitch you out. That's okay. Paragraph 5. Joseph, by saying this and more, tried to restrain the violent passion of the woman and to reduce her affections with the rules of reason. But she grew more ungovernable and earnest in the matter, and since she despaired of persuading him, meaning she got tired, she knew she couldn't convince him, she laid her hands on him and had a mind to force him.
Wow.
You know where she grabbed him.
Oh, wow.
That's where she grabbed him. Listen, she gonna roll the max. This is what she did to, was that?
She's gonna take it.
Listen, force him. Good night. But as soon as Joseph had got away from her anger, leaving also his garment, he had to get the hell out of there. He couldn't go back and get that garment. That garment was gone. It was finito.
Yeah.
You go back there, you might not come back out.
Yeah, get out of there.
He had to get out there as soon as he could.
Out the window, out there, whatever.
He ran. It didn't say where he ran. He just got the hell out of there. I don't know how the damn room looked, where the exits were. But whatever it was, he found the exit. Leaving also his garment with her, for he left that to her and leaped out of her chamber. He jumped the hell out of there. She was greatly afraid lest he should discover her lewdness to her husband, and greatly troubled at the affront he had offered her. So she resolved to be beforehand with him. So she had to beat him to the punch and snitch on him before she thought he was going to snitch on her. And to accuse Joseph falsely to Potiphar, and by that means to revenge herself on him for his pride and contempt of her. And she thought it a wise thing in itself, and also becoming a woman, thus to prevent his accusation. Accordingly, she sat sorrowful and in confusion, framing herself so hypocritically and angrily that the sorrow, which was really for her being disappointed of her lust, might appear to be for the attempt upon her chastity.
Oh.
So that when her husband came home, I'm so sad that he forced himself
I can't
on me.
believe what he did.
he was not a gentleman like he said he was going to be. So that when her husband came home and was disturbed at the sight of her and inquired what was the cause of the disorder she was in, she began to accuse Joseph. "Oh, husband," said she, "mayest thou not live a day longer, if thou dost not punish the wicked slave who has desired to defile thy bed?" Who has I need Daliara to read this in his English voice.
His English voice.
I need his English voice right now.
Yeah.
It will be perfect. I'm sorry. I can't do it like he would do it. I want to though. Who has neither minded who he was when he came to her house, so as to behave himself with modesty, nor has he been mindful of what favors he had received from thy bounty. But that's exactly what he said. As he must be an ungrateful man indeed, unless he in every respect carry himself in a manner agreeable to us. This man, I say, laid a private design to abuse thy wife, and this at a time of a festival observing, when thou wouldest be absent. So that it now is clear that his modesty, as it appeared to be formerly, was only because of the restraint. Come on, he was in out of fear of thee, but that he was not really of a good disposition. This has been occasioned by his being advanced to honor beyond what he deserved and what he hoped for. And so much he concluded, that he who was deemed fit to be trusted with thy estate and the government of thy family, and was preferred above thy eldest servants, might be allowed to touch thy wife also. Thus, when she had entered her discourse, she showed him his garment. That was it right there, brother. As if he had then left it when he attempted to force her. But Potiphar, not being able to disbelieve what his wife's tears showed, what his wife said, and what he saw himself, the garment, and being seduced by his love to his wife, did not set himself about the examination of the truth, but taking it for granted that his wife was a modest woman, and condemning Joseph as a wicked man, he threw him into the malefactor's prison, and had a still higher opinion of his wife, and bare her witness that she was a woman of becoming modesty and chastity. Damn shame. Paragraph 5, we're going to read the first half of the paragraph, then we're going to jump back to the scriptures. Now Joseph, commending all his affairs to the Most High, did not betake himself to make his defense. Once again, he says Joseph commending all his affairs to the Most High, meaning everything he's went through, the Most High wanted him to go through it. Everything he went through, he didn't sit back here and try to defend himself, because he knew the Most High wanted him to go through this. Did not betake himself to make his defense, nor to give an account of the exact. The truck's getting pulled in.
Yeah.
I already know, bro. Then class.
Where are you parking at? On the side over here?
Yeah. And that long truck is, you got to know what you're doing out there. It's going to be a bad circumstance. Anyway, paragraph 1 again. Now Joseph, commanding all his affairs to the Most High, did not betake himself to make his defense, nor to give an account of the exact circumstance of the fact, but silently underwent the bonds and distress he was in, firmly believing that the Most High, who knew the cause of his affliction and the truth of the fact, would be more powerful than those that inflicted the punishments upon him, a proof of whose providence he quickly received. What it's showing you is that he didn't think defending himself was a solution, because he knew the Most High was going to get him out of it. He knew, and that goes back to the confidence that comes from your innocency. When you didn't do anything wrong, there's nothing to defend. There's nothing to feel bad about if you were in the right. If you know you made the right decision, let your works speak for you. Trying to defend yourself and take matters into your own hands doesn't change the battle the Most High had for Joseph, and he understood that. Okay. Then it said, a proof of whose providence he quickly received, for the keeper of the prison, taking notice of his care and fidelity in the affairs he had set him about, and the dignity of his countenance, relaxed his bonds, and thereby made his heavy calamity lighter and more supportable to him. He also permitted him to make use of a diet better than the rest of the prisoners. The Most High is always taking care of this guy.
Yep.
This is the second time he didn't have to eat what everybody else was eating. He didn't have to sit back here and suffer what everybody else was suffering.
It says that the guard relaxed his cuffs,
Exactly.
loosened up his bonds, man. He didn't have him all jacked up and hands behind his back and arm twisted. He said he relaxed his cuffs, his bonds, made bondage in servitude a lot lighter. But the Most High put the spirit into that captain of the guard.
Yep. He relaxed his spirit. He relaxed the bonds because Joseph accepted the circumstance he was in. And he gave himself to the work that the Most High had put him in. He wasn't asking why. Because when you're angry and you're pissed and you're vexed as to why things are the way they are, you know what? You sit back here and give less. Your attitude's messed up.
Yeah.
His attitude was always on point, even though it wasn't in his favor. Things weren't going the way he wanted it. He didn't do anything wrong, and he still have to suffer for it. Listen, what was remarkable about Joseph, how would your mindset have been if your brother sold you out and you had to be a slave in Egypt?
Yeah.
Would your countenance have been upbeat and positive to where you would have been elevated off the rip
Or wouldn't you have a justifiable excuse to be angry at the world?
and to lash out at everybody around you?
To be, I'm a mad black man or mad black woman
Mm-hmm.
because I got some things that happened to me when I was young.
Yep.
And
all the time.
I was scarred as a youth, and so I have a justifiable reason to be mad at everybody. I have to walk around with a chip on my shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
But it shows you that he didn't.
Because he understood the Most High had him go through it for a reason. And because of that, he didn't let his current condition define his work ethic, his mindset, his devotion to the Most High, and what he brings to the table for the Most High. He didn't let these circumstances get in the way of his fidelity and his care of the affairs that were set in front of him. Listen, you know what that means? He had damn prison duty, man.
Yeah.
He was cleaning whatever the hell he had to clean. It was less than a slave. He was doing less than slave work in the jailhouse. And he was showing care and effort and dedication in that work. It didn't matter where his condition was, he was still upbeat and gave his whole spirit. And this is what the Most High saw. It didn't matter his condition, he was still blessing them regardless. Okay? I'm going to let that go after the diet part. We're going to go back to the scriptures. Okay? Okay, it was 39.
Genesis chapter 39.
And let me see.
Even if you can move forward. Yeah. Genesis 39.
I think it was
We look.
I think it's 11, or it's
Yeah, let me see. We stopped at
I think it's 11, man.
yeah, we stopped at verse 12.
Oh, did we? Let's do 11 again. We'll work it down.
All right. Genesis chapter 39, verse 11. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within.
And we know now because there was a festival going on, so all the men were gone. Read on.
And she caught him by his garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house and spake unto them, saying, See, he that brought in an Hebrew unto us to mock us, he came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, The Hebrew servant which thou hast brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. Verse 20. And Joseph's master took him and put him into prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper.
It still goes back to the point that he was so diligent in his work, he didn't have to have a person over him. He was self-motivated, self-inspired. He paid attention to detail. He was consistent. There was fidelity in his affairs. The Most High was always with him because his work ethic never changed. His outlook never changed. His mindset never changed, regardless of his circumstance. Prison, slavery, golly. When he was a free man, young man,
sold out by his brothers,
it didn't change. His effort, his mindset didn't change. This is what made Joseph so special. Read on.
Genesis
it's really meekness. It's the definition of meekness.
Fine.
To endure injury without resentment.
He didn't walk around holding grudges.
You can't listen. How can you sit back here and give your total spirit to what's in front of you if you have baggage behind you? It can't happen. He was able to sit back here and forgive, find clarity and understanding so he can move forward. You can't be that attention focused, that dedicated to what's in front of you if you're holding grudges, if you're angry, if you're bitter about your conditions. It just can't happen. That's what Moses said, the meek shall what?
Inherit the earth.
Inherit the earth. There's a reason the ones who can learn how not to hold grudges are favored highly in the kingdom. The ones who hold on to all this baggage, it's going to be a harder way to get in. That's what the scripture tells us. Well, let's keep going.
Genesis chapter 40, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers, against the chief of the butlers, and against the chief of the bakers.
It messed up.
And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them. And they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of the dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to the Most High? Tell me, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. The Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup unto Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, and restore thee unto thy place. And thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, and after the former manner, when thou wast his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee.
When you get hooked up, don't forget me. Look after me and say, hey, there's a brother out here in the Pinta downstairs who looked after me.
Yeah.
To say a good word for me in the joint. Read on.
He said, I pray thee unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing, that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph,
You wanted to get in.
I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days.
So he was like, right.
Yeah.
That's like what other boy was like. Okay, it was 3 days, right?
Sound good?
Sounds good. He's like, just keep it going.
Yeah, speak on.
Yeah.
Do tell.
That's funny as
Yeah.
hell.
He said, Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. And it came
that
to
ain't what the other one got.
that ain't what he wanted to
Bad news right there.
He went from sad to sadder, man.
Yeah, that's bad news right there. There was a little hope initially. We said the 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy, had some good news when he said 3 days.
That's bad news, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, you can
You
imagine.
got 3 days to know you're gonna die. And
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That anticipation of death.
That's worse than death itself.
So verse 20. And it came to pass that the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgat him.
First people are.
Yeah, forget the good works that you do. Genesis chapter 41.
I can read this if you want.
No, I got it. It's cool. It says, And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed.
Listen, that was not a short stint in the joint, man.
3 days, bro.
2 years of lockup, huh? 2 years of lockup for a crime he didn't commit. And he was with the Most High, and the Most High loved him. What does it show you? It shows you that you have to be humble. And even if he loves you, he's going to put you through if he loves you, he puts you through the most difficult scenarios.
Yep. He chastises the ones he loves.
He chastises and challenges the ones he loves the most. If your life is comfortable and easy, that ain't the best of scenarios. The challenging, when you're challenged, when you're tested, when you're for long periods of time not giving what you want, that's how you know the Most High is working with you, especially if you're doing that which is pleasing to the Heavenly Father. Okay? Let's keep going.
Genesis chapter 41, verse 1. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and ill-fleshed, or ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamt the 2nd time. And behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled. And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream. But there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my thoughts this day.
2 years later.
Yeah.
Oh, I was mistaken. I forgot.
You know, there is a guy.
that's messy. Like, you know, just it was a guy. I knew this guy. Man.
Yeah, it's gonna come to me in a minute.
You know, when you don't know you forgot something like this.
So
It's gonna tip my
tongue.
tongue. Exactly. It's crazy, man. That's messed up. Let's keep going.
Verse 10. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants and put me in a ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was with us a young man, an Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto mine office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And hath heard say of thee, that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not me. The Most High shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. So I awoke, and I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered, their thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. The Most High have showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What the Most High is about to do, he showeth it unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine. And all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice, it is because the thing is established by the Most High, and the Most High will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore, let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over a land of Egypt. I think somebody said the Most High speaketh once, yea, twice, but man perceiveth not. God. It's verse 33. Now therefore, let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, For as much as God has showed thee all this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him, Bow the knee, and he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Pathneah, and he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar's priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt.
Hold that real quick. I'm just going to read this real quick. It's a quick paragraph. Or not even a paragraph. It talks about Joseph. It says, but Joseph, this is in Antiquities of the Jews, obviously, chapter 5, the end of paragraph 7. The end of paragraph 7. And it just shows you how they went about collecting the surplus over the 7 years. It says, but Joseph, having this power given him by the king, with leave to make use of his seal and to wear purple, drove in his chariot throughout the land of Egypt, and took the corn of the husbandmen, allotting as much to everyone as would be sufficient for seed and for food, but without discovering to anyone the reason why he did so. So everybody's surplus in the kingdom, he was buying it from them, a penny to the dollar. He was buying them and stacking it, buying and stacking. So everybody's surplus, he was buying them all the surplus in the country. So when it did get those thin 7 years, there was enough that he could sit back and sell that surplus to the entire world. And that was how Egypt went to that place of preeminence and prominence, because of the wisdom that Joseph functioned with. But he bought it pennies on the dollar. He didn't tell nobody what the damn deal was. But he put all the extra and put it back in the surplus of the country. But now we go back to Genesis.
All right, Genesis chapter 41. It's verse 46. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
He went through that was a very impactful. He was 17 when he
13 years.
13 years, man. A lot happened in 13 years. A lot of hard work, ups and downs before he got to the top. Okay, read on.
And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came.
It's amazing how he preserved that corn and that food. He wanted to maintain it to where rodents or whatever the case is wouldn't be able to get to it, or it just didn't decay.
Mold, or even mold, infest the they had to have knowledge of sustaining, preserving that corn and that grain.
It had to. For that amount, to keep account of it and then to keep it preserved, phenomenal too. It just goes back into that wisdom aspect, and you have to have the skill to be able to maintain an operation of that magnitude. Because he was obviously showing, whether he was in Potiphar's house, the correctional facility, he was able to sit back and manage manage scenarios, and it also said how Potiphar's wife loved the fact he was dexterous in the management of affairs. He was able to sit back and manage multiple affairs simultaneously. Dexterity means left to right. You can use both sides, equal efficiency. That was how he was able to maintain that kingdom with the same type of consistency.
Organization,
on multiple levels, multitasking. But let's keep going.
And unto Joseph, let me get back to it.
Yeah, that was me. I took it.
No, that's all right. Verse 51. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh.
Well, I think we just let's go to verse 49.
No, we stopped at 50.
50?
Yeah. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bare unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For the Most High said he, hath made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second called he Ephraim, for the Most High hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. The 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt were ended, and the 7 years of dearth began to come. According to Joseph had said, as Joseph had said, and the earth was in all the land, was in all the lands. But in all the land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians, Go unto Joseph, what he said to you, do. And the famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Egyptians, and the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all the countries came in unto Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Genesis chapter 42. Now when Jacob saw...
I read that. Okay. Now when... let me sleep me in so I can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, we're going to get it.
Award and Ire. Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal.
Award Ire. Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal. Imagine. Right?
Yahweh Ba Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yabashmi Shabbatah. So you got 42.
42. Yeah, 42, then we'll have to talk about it. 43. Okay. Now when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Why do ye look one upon another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brother, for he said, Lest peradventure mischief befall him. What does that even mean? He didn't trust what his other sons would do to Benjamin.
Yeah.
There was a rift there.
So then he had suspicion.
Yeah. He had suspicion that there was enmity between them. There was some foul play, and that when it still goes back. It goes back to the bitterness behind Leah and Rachel. It still goes back to that, and how there was a disconnect, how there was tension, and how there was stress amongst all these families, and that everybody knew Rachel and all the kids from her were the favorites. And he didn't want to take the chance of sending out Benjamin and he come back slipping, or he don't come back. Because if Jacob was no idiot, listen, man, Joseph says he's going to be the star that everybody's going to follow, and then shortly afterwards he's dead. Some evil wild beast. Evil wild beast? Kind of evil wolf? What the hell was it? That was so evil. Anyway, he knew there was an issue, so he wasn't bringing Benjamin.
You know, it's something also that we read earlier. It's in Josephus chapter 2, book 2.
Mm-hmm.
Book 2, chapter 2, and paragraph 4, and it's at the sentence 19. It says, sentence 18. It says, they also resolved to kill the lad, and having fully ratified that intention of theirs, as soon as their collection of the fruits was over, they went to Shechem, which is a country good for feeding of cattle and for pasturage. It says, there they fed their flocks without acquainting their father with their removal thither, whereupon he had melancholy suspicions about them as being ignorant of his son's condition, and receiving no messenger from the flocks that could inform him of the true estate they were in. So it just showed you that he didn't trust his sons because they would never communicate with him. They wouldn't send a messenger. They wouldn't send somebody to let his father know, hey, I'm okay. It's like if you have a teenager and you expect your teenager to take their phone with them wherever they go. I'm gonna go spend a night at so and so's house. So if I go to so and so's house where you tell me that you're spending the night and you're not there, then what does that say about the trust? I can't trust you.
Yeah.
So in this same manner, you had Joseph's brothers who would go out feed the flocks, but they wouldn't communicate with their father. Just simple communication, just basic communication. Just let me know where you are. Let me know that you're okay. Just send somebody to say we're still over here in Shechem feeding the flocks. But
we're about to head to this other spot.
Oh, we're about to head to this other spot. That's why he had to send Joseph in the first place. It's because he wasn't getting no communication or no intelligence from his other sons. So it just kind of shows you that was nothing new, for the fact that there was already a disconnection between how they even looked at basic communication. I didn't want to send no messengers. They could have easily sent. Joseph would have never had to show up to follow them anyway if they would have just sent some communication back to the father to say, we're still here in this place feeding the flocks.
You wouldn't even have to send Joseph out.
Wouldn't have to send Joseph out to begin with. But it just shows you, it makes sense now to why he was like, you know what, y'all don't communicate. Why would I send out my son Benjamin? Y'all don't communicate. Why would I send him? You're not going to tell me if he's okay or not.
Yep.
You might just come back with some bad news. You know what I'm saying? So it makes sense.
Benjamin's a favorite too.
13 years of that.
Yeah.
Exactly. And yeah, Benjamin's my favorite too now.
Yeah.
That's so damn proud. Y'all still ain't the damn favorite. That's crazy. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth, like the prophecy said. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew him not. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them. And he said unto them, Ye are spies. To see the nakedness of the land, ye are come. Meaning all the holes and the flaws in the land. And when they said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy food are thy servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Thy servants are no spies. And then Josephus says that it was Reuben saying this. And he said unto them, Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, Thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, That is it that I spake unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother, and ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, wherefore there be any truth in you. Or else by the life of Pharaoh, surely ye are spies. And he put them all together into war 3 days. And Joseph said unto them on the third day, This do and live, for I fear the Most High. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye carry corn for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. And they said one to another, We are verily guilty concerning our brother. And in what we saw the anguish of his soul, when he besought us, we would not hear. Therefore is distress upon us. And Reuben answered him, saying,
That's a guilty conscience right
Exactly.
there.
Exactly. And Reuben answered him, saying, Spake I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child, and ye will not hear? Therefore, behold, all his blood is required. Let me read this real quick. Let me see. Let's go back to the Josephus. Book 2, paragraph 4, chapter 6. Give me 1 second.
Book 2, chapter 4.
Chapter 6.
Chapter 6.
Paragraph 4.
And we stopped in Genesis chapter 42. Yes, okay. 22. Okay. And we're in Josephus, book 2, chapter 2, chapter 6, paragraph 4. All right, it says, and thus did Reuel endeavor to persuade Joseph to have a better opinion of them. But when he had learned from them that Jacob was alive, and that his brother was not destroyed by them, no, I don't think you want to get there yet. Hold on, let me hold on for a second. Yeah, you might want to read paragraph 3.
Yeah, I had that earlier. I was hoping we could jump into 4, but yeah, paragraph 3 will work too. You see, paragraph 3, he starts going into all the inquiries, and he starts to put the pressure, and they start explaining about Jacob. We can start at the end of paragraph 2, where it says he made trial what sentiments.
Okay.
It's paragraph 2, chapter 6.
Paragraph 2.
And it says he made trial. It's towards the end.
He made trial with sentiment right here.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is page 59 in the blue, Josephus, if you got it. Book 2, chapter 6.
I'll read it.
Okay.
He now made trial, this is Joseph, what sentiments they had about affairs of the greatest consequence. For he refused to sell them corn, and said they were come as spies of the king's affairs, and that they came from several countries and joined themselves together and pretended that they were kin, if not being possible that a private man should breed up so many sons, and those of such great beauty of countenance as they were, such an education of so many children, being not easily obtained by kings themselves. Now this he did in order to discover what concerned his father and what happened to him after his own departure from him, and as desiring to know what was become of Benjamin his brother. For he was afraid that they had ventured on the like wicked enterprise against him that they had done to himself, and had taken him off also. So he went to all this because he thought he was going to do Benjamin the same way.
Yep.
Because they had an issue with Rachel and all the kids from Rachel. Because they would treat like the special kids. Be honest, they would treat like the special kids. And Joseph was trying to make sure that Benjamin wasn't screwed over. So he detained him in the whole 9. Now these brethren of his were under distraction and terror, and thought that very great danger hung over them, yet not all reflecting upon their brother Joseph, and standing firm under the accusations laid against him. They made their defense by Reuben, which is Reuben, the eldest of them, who now became their spokesman. We come not hither, said he, with any unjust design, nor in order to bring any harm to the king's affairs. We only want to be preserved, as supposing your humanity might be a refuge for us from the miseries which our country labors under. We having heard that you propose to sell corn not only to your own countrymen, but to strangers also, and that you determined to allow that corn in order to preserve all that want it. But we are brethren, and are the same common blood, the peculiar lineaments of our faces, and those not so much different from one another, plainly show. Our father's name is Jacob, a Hebrew name, who had 12 of us for his son by 4 wives, which 12 of us, while we were all alive, were a happy family. But when one of our brethren, whose name was Joseph, died, our affairs changed for the worse. For our father could not bear to make a long lamentation for him. And we are in affliction both by the calamity of the death of our brother and the miserable state of our aged father. We are now come to buy corn, having entrusted the care of our father and the provision of our family to Benjamin, our youngest brother. And if thou sendest to our house, thou mayest learn whether we are guilty of the least falsehoods in what we say. And thus Reuben endeavored to persuade Joseph to have a better opinion of them. But when he had learned from that Jacob was alive, and that his brother was not destroyed by them, he for the present put them in prison, as intending to examine more into the affairs when he should be at leisure. But at the third day he brought them out and said, since you constantly affirm that you are not come to any harm to the king's affairs, that you are brethren and the sons of the Father whom you named, you will satisfy me of the truth of what you say. If you leave one of your company with me, who shall suffer no injury here, and if when ye have carried corn to your father, ye will come to me again and bring your brother, whom you say you left there, along with you, for this shall be by me esteemed an assurance of the truth of what you have told me. Hereupon they were in greater grief than before. They wept and perpetually deplored one among another the calamity of Joseph, and said, they are fallen into this misery as a punishment inflicted by the Most High for what evil contrivances they had against him. And Reuben was large in his reproaches of them for their too late repentance, whence no profit arose to Joseph, and earnestly exhorted them to bear with patience whatever they suffered, since it was done by the Most High in the way of punishment on his account. Thus they spake to one another, not imagining that Joseph understood their language. A general sadness also seized on them at Reuben's words, and a repentance for what they had done. And they condemned the wickedness that had perpetrated, for which they judged they were justly punished by the Most High. Now when Joseph saw that they were in this distress, he was so affected at it that he fell into tears. And not being willing that they should take notice of him, he retired. And after a while he came back again, talking and taking Simeon in order to his being a pledge for his brother's return. He bid them take the corn they had bought and go their way. He also commanded his steward privately to put the money which they had brought with them for the purchase of corn in their sacks, and to dismiss them therewith, who did what he was commanded to do. This could be true or not. It says in the foreword when it does with Simeon. The reason why Simeon might be selected out of the rest for Joseph's prisoner is plain in the testament of Simeon that he was one of the bitterest of all Joseph's brethren against him. Anyway, so that could be it. Simeon was hating him, one of the highest haters. When he sat back here and they was doing Joseph in. But now we can go back to the scriptures, man.
All right, we're in Genesis chapter 42, verse 22.
I got it. Okay. And Reuben answered them, saying, spake I not unto you, saying, do not sin against the child. And this is the same thing we just read. And ye will not hear. Therefore, behold, also his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them and wept, and returned to them again and communed with them. And they took from them Simeon and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus did he unto them. And he laded their asses with corn, and departed thence. As one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the end, he espied his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brother, my money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, And they were afraid, saying one to another, "What is this that the Most High have done to us?" Like, man, we
So,
stole this dude's,
yeah.
we stole this corn. We in a trick bag,
Right.
we in the trick bag because we stole the corn.
And then our brother got left behind
God,
because, you know, we got to prove that our story is legit. Our story is lining up. But also they also are admitting to themselves in their own language that they were wrong for selling their brother to begin with, and they understood that all these calamities are happening, befalling them. And the Josephus you read a second ago, that it said that ever since Joseph left,
it went
the
down.
whole house went
The
downhill.
whole family went downhill.
You know what I'm saying? That just shows you that the Most High punished that house because of those wicked actions that was done within the home.
God.
You know what I'm saying? And now they can see now that this is directly coming as a judgment and a punishment directly coming from the Most High himself.
No doubt. Okay. Verse 29. And they came unto Jacob, their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell them, saying, the man who was the Lord of the land spake roughly to us, and took us for spies in the country. And he was rolling on them, man. And we said unto him, we are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father, one is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said, hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brother here with me, and take food for the famine of your house, holds, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you to your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in a sack. And when they both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said unto them, me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. Wow. All these things are against me. And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to me, or not to thee. Deliver him into my hand, and I will deliver him to thee again. He says, kill my sons if I don't bring Benjamin back. And he said, my son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which ye go, and ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Wow. Okay. So listen, the house was all jacked up.
Yeah.
The house was really screwed up. And that was some like telenovela stuff going on, man. Damn near. I know what I'm saying.
Dude, that they did something foul to his son.
I know they did.
And you know, it says that take no heaviness to heart, for heaviness bring about death.
Yeah. It
just shows you that he never got over Joseph being killed like that.
No.
And he never got over that tragedy of that ill report. Right. So he'd been living for the next 13 years with a heavy heart, you know, depressed, sad, you know, broken down. It's like, damn, he was robbed. But, you know, it just shows you that now his father's old, and now you got an old parent that you got to take care of who don't trust you. And
that's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's the worst thing in the world. It's going to be, but it's like, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
Would you want your father to say, man, you know what, I don't think you're going to look after him. I really don't think you're going to. He had to say, man, you can kill my 2 sons if I don't bring him back.
You had to convince him to that level?
Yeah.
It's distrust and betrayal.
I know.
Yeah.
So he had a broken heart for all these years, man.
And they didn't confess it. He just walked around and nothing happened.
Like everything's okay. We ain't do nothing.
It was the evil animal.
Yeah.
It was the evil beast.
Whose coat was this? We just found it.
Listen, I wish they would have had DNA, man. It was just some damn goat's blood. You know what I mean? You couldn't even. Anyway, that's another story. That's some damn CSI stuff.
You know, and that also just shows one more thing too. In Ecclesiastes chapter 3, you can read this real quick. It says, Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 10. Glory not in the dishonor of thy father, for thy father's dishonor is no glory unto thee. So he said that the Most High will not bless you when you dishonor your parents like that. You dishonor your father like that. So it wasn't just what they did to their brother. How can you expect a blessing from the Most High when you put your father through this pain? You know what I'm saying? So how can you expect the Most High to bless you when you not only you purposely sold your brother into slavery, and now you done brought this sorrow upon your father? He said you can't dishonor your father and expect the Most High to come back and give you a blessing. So it was a double loss for the brethren.
Regardless of how that father made you feel.
Yep.
Regardless of how him preferring Joseph over them made him feel it still wasn't the point. The respect had to be made and maintained for the father regardless.
Yep.
Because a lot of times a person will justify dishonoring their father or dishonoring somebody because of how that person made them feel.
Or the mistakes they made.
Exactly. Or
Yep.
just mistakes they weren't favored.
Yep.
And that's not a justification to sit back and requite that type of pain on your father or your mother or your loved one. Because what you're going to realize is your father and mother are flawed, and you're going to be that flawed mother and father, and you're going to want mercy from your children based off what you didn't bring to the table.
Mm-hmm.
You can sit back all day long and say, oh, my father didn't do this, my mama didn't do this. Well, they're flawed. They did the best they could with what they had. We got the Bible and we're still flawed. If you want to sit back here and raise your hand like you was the perfect parent, you're lying. Because even as we were parenting, we were figuring this crap out as we went. You can have all the damn verses and counsel verses and all the scriptures all them day long. Don't mean you was going to have everything you need to inspire that kid to be the best that they could be. And every kid that you had, they still feel in some form of fashion that you wronged them somehow. Or you didn't give them enough. Or you didn't give them this, or you didn't give them that. If you sit back and dig deep enough. So we're still doing the best we can, and we hope and pray that our kids will see that we tried. So the kids don't have that right to sit back here and be negative though. Okay, that's the point. You don't have to, but despite the parents' mistakes, doesn't give the parent and the child right to sit back here and do harm to that parent. Whether it's taking advantage of the son like they did, or just getting cussed out, or just getting disrespected as a parent. Doesn't matter. We don't have that right. What it also shows you is this: whether I'm the person who was offended, or I'm the parent, I don't have the right to get out of pocket or be negative regardless of what's happening to me. What made Joseph so potent? Joseph was done wrong and never held the grudges. Listen, Joseph cried when he saw his brothers were contrite about their mistakes.
Yep.
He could have kicked him when he was down. He could have sat back and smoked all them dudes. He had all the power in the world to sit back here and make him feel. He only had him in jail for 3 days. And that was more to collect himself emotionally. Yep. He had to get himself together so when he came back, he wasn't all mushy and losing it. Yep. He could have did so much worse. So once again, another attribute of Joseph, he didn't take matters into his own hands. To sit back here and do what was done unto him. He didn't go railing for railing.
Right. Execute vengeance.
Exactly. So once
again, get my revenge.
And vengeance is not ours. Vengeance should not be in our position and power to do what was done unto us. We don't have that right. That's another lesson. And even with the whole father scenario that we read in Ecclesiastes 3, regardless of what our parents were doing, all that means is the parents are the superior figure and we're the inferior. If I'm in a position of being the inferior, I don't have the right to take matters into my own hands at all. I have to maintain my order. It doesn't matter what a person did to me. Am I going to stay in order? The answer is yes, because that's what we're commanded to do so. They can sit back here, all 11 of them, or all 10 of them can say, man, my father didn't love us enough. I didn't feel loved. That's why I didn't do it. It's not a reason. That's not a good enough reason. Let's keep going though. You have more than that?
No, that was it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Chapter 4. Do you want to get into Tasapa? Get this next one? good blood last one.
Yeah,
It came out. It
came
came
up.
out.
Yeah, getting right with it. I'm getting right with it.
Tazapa Oriya, Shaw Shapata, Wahaban, Ban Yasha'ala.
Tasapa Ariya, Shaw Shabata, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashab, Amajim, Rock, Yahaba Shem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakatham.
And I was reading those crazy. Ruben was like, I told y'all we shouldn't have killed him.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you was still there. You could have got him out earlier. Like it's their fault. Like you was doing everything you could.
He was the big brother too.
Listen, then you should have sat back and never let him go in the damn pit.
Right.
Oh, I told y'all shouldn't have did it. It's all y'all fault. I was like, get out of here, man.
He said, I'm clear of this blood.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All you didn't do is make sure he was dead. That's crazy.
He could have told his dad the truth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I went back to check on him.
He was gone. It
But
was
he participated in the cover-up by.
Yep.
That's why there's involuntary manslaughter. What's that?
He had more guilt than all of them.
I know.
Because he could have told his father what the hell happened.
Exactly.
He had the opportunity to. He had to watch his father suffer all these years when you could have just told him the truth.
Oh, he's a big brother too. He could have told him, listen, man, I'm not letting none of y'all do that.
Yeah,
You know what
you
I'm
got to
saying?
go through me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have stepped in.
But he was part of it. He was hating too. He
Yeah.
was hating too, man. Anyway, man, damn crazy. Okay, 43.
Genesis chapter 43 and verse 1. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Judah spake unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brethren be with you.
Wait. That's what I was gonna say. That means they kept Simeon the damn
That's
pizza.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How long
Simeon was
he there?
that's my point. I was like, wait a minute.
How long
I'm
did
like,
he
listen,
stay
they
there?
went through all the corn.
All the food.
Listen, they filled that corn up pretty damn heavy, man.
Yeah.
They had this dude like this. Like, I'm about to go into it. I was like, wait a minute. They went through all the corn,
Food.
and Simeon was up here chilling out, eating red water. I was like, wait a minute, I missed that. That's crazy. But it also showed Simeon was the one that was tripping the most. Mosai gets everybody. Mosai gets. And first of all, that journey back to Canaan ain't a day or two. That's a journey.
Yeah.
Yep, on foot.
Then you gonna eat all the damn corn. They smacking. Listen, they eating cornbread, different type of cakes. They chilling out.
Baking cakes.
That means days are going by.
But it shows too, man. They didn't have a lot of love in that household, man.
Oh, it was a lot of hate.
For them to leave them there,
Well,
they had the
listen.
crib just eating.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Listen.
I did.
Jacob was like, I'm not sending this cat up, man. Jacob was like, it was something about Jacob. I'm not sending damn Benjamin up there.
Yeah, you can't blame.
And they're like, dude, your other son's up here in these streets. He's up here in these streets,
People have been really verbal with the complaint.
golly. Jacob's like, no, I don't give a damn. He's like, I'll give my sons up. No.
Nope. Damn.
That's crazy, man. I told you like some telenovelas, huh? There was some real drama in the house, huh?
Yeah.
I gotta find out, man. That's crazy. Let me see.
Left that dude.
They left him, huh? Damn. Okay, I'm just gonna read here. It says, but Jacob was not pleased with anything his sons had done, and he took the detention of Simeon heinously.
We're in page 60
Yeah.
on paragraph 5. Chapter
It's
6.
still chapter 6. And he took the detention of Simeon heinously, and thence thought it a foolish thing to give up Benjamin also. So he's like, listen, Simeon's locked up forever, man. He ain't getting out. That's 25 to life Benjamin got over here, man. You know, he got day for day. He got fair time. He like Simeon got fair time. He ain't going nowhere. Why I'm gonna send Benjamin up and he go to jail too? Wow. That means he just forgot it. It's over, man.
This trust it ruined their whole household.
I know.
Man.
I know.
It said heinous. That's like it's criminal intention.
Yeah. He said, okay, so it says, neither did he yield to Reuben's persuasion, though he begged it of him, and gave leave that the grandfather might, in way of requital, kill his own sons in case any harm came to Benjamin in the journey. So they were distressed and knew not what to do. Nay, there was another accident that still disturbed them more. The money that was found hidden in the sacks of corn, yea, when the corn they had brought failed them, and when the famine still afflicted them, the necessity forced them. Jacob did not still resolve to send Benjamin with his brethren, although there was no returning into Egypt unless they came with what they had promised. Golly, that's some Acon. I'm locked up and they don't let me out.
This one they was out of food.
I know.
So he was
and
like,
forced him.
I'd rather starve
Yeah.
than to send my son, but he still was wrestling with it.
Golly.
Damn, man. He says, now the misery growing every day worse, and his sons begging it of him, had no other course to take in his present circumstances. God. Okay. Now that says, and Judah, who was of a bold temper, on other occasions.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Wow. Spake his mind freely to him, that it did not become him to be afraid on account of his son, nor to suspect the worst, as he did. For nothing could be done to his son but by the appointment of the Most High. Okay. Which must also for certain come to pass, though he were at home with him, that he ought not to condemn.
Got a margarita machine?
Yes, sir.
Where we gonna
Yeah,
put?
just leave it right. We're gonna finish up. Right? We can go back.
Oh, okay. All right. So, do you need us to make the
What's
mix
up?
and all that, or?
Shoot. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Yeah, I know. Is he wants to put it together? He's got to put it together. And then they can go maybe in the back. What are you doing? If they go on there, I guess it shouldn't matter. Okay, cool. It's hard to get machines in the Sabbath class, man. Sabbath taper, man. Because you know he's gonna knock the damn TV down, the screen down. Nothing. You know, we're just teaching the Bible, y'all. We're just teaching the word of the Lord. Come in, carry on. Oh man, you know everybody on TV land heard it.
What they doing?
We're just coming together as a nation, you know, as a nation. Does that?
It's the Sabbath. What they do?
This is for nighttime. It's nighttime stuff. Oh man. Okay. So Judas is bold. Got something to say. It said that it not. It said that it did not become him to be afraid on account of his son, nor to suspect the worst, as he did. For nothing could be done to his son, but by the appointment of the Most High, which must also for certain come to pass, though he were at home with him, that he ought not to condemn them to such manifest destruction, nor deprive them of that plenty of food they might have from Pharaoh by his unreasonable fear about his son Benjamin, but ought to take care of the preservation of Simeon, lest by attempting to hinder Benjamin's journey, Simeon should perish. he exhorted him to trust the Most High for him, and said that he would either bring his son back to him safe, or together with his lose his own life. So that Jacob was at length persuaded. It took him a lot to get him to accept, and delivered Benjamin to them with the price of corn doubled. He also sent presents to Joseph of the fruits of the land of Canaan, balsam and rosin, as also turpentine and honey. Now their father shed many tears at the departure of his sons, as well as themselves. His concern was that he might receive them back again safe after their journey, and their concern was that they might find their father well and no way afflicted with grief for them. And this lamentation lasted a whole day, so that the old man was at last tired with grief and stayed behind. But when they went on their way to Egypt, endeavoring to mitigate their grief for their present misfortunes with the hopes of better success hereafter. It's good. Just one second. It's gonna mark this off. Okay, and paragraph 6. As soon as they came into Egypt, they were brought down to Joseph, but here no small fear disturbed them, lest they should be accused about the price of corn. I don't think it tells it, man. I don't think it tells how long, but it was a long damn time, man.
He was there for a minute.
And it was a fight just to get these people.
Probably was like a month.
Well, probably more than a month. It was bags of corn.
Yeah.
It was bags of corn.
Feed a lot of people, because the people talking
True.
about
They had to feed a lot of people.
a lot of the, in my head at first it comes to looks about like the 10 sons and then just Jacob and his wife, but no, they had families
And they had servants.
They had servants too.
Servants,
Mhm.
yeah, so that had to be.
But you still can't say
It
a
might not
month.
have been that long though.
It might not have been long, but listen, how long did it take to get to Canaan?
Yeah.
That's weeks.
It was a lot of time.
Just to get up to Canaan. That's my. It took time for this. Listen, and obviously, the level of coercion and the pushing to get Jacob to finally give up
Thank you.
Benjamin took a long time, man. And that's the whole point. It took a long time, and most likely not going to give a specific scenario. You know how to do it, man?
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay, this is post Sabbath, man. Post. Don't take all the red either. I want the red. Let me stop messing around. Okay. Let's go back in the scriptures, man. Huh? Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let's keep going out. Okay. We're at 43. What's that?
Verse 3. Genesis chapter 43 and verse 3. And Judah spake unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Israel said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother?
Why'd you open up your mouth? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Why you open up your mouth and let it be known you got an extra brother? Now you put me. You already done took my other son. You know he already had suspicions about him anyway. So it just show you really trying to kill me now. You know. Go ahead.
And they said, The man asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him, according to the tender of these words, could be certainly known that he would say, Bring your brother down.
How could we know he was going to say that? We were just trying to be honest. Now, for once, they're trying to be honest. We try to be honest. Go ahead.
And Judah said unto Israel his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him, of my hand shall and of my hand shalt thou require him. If I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever.
So he's showing like all this convincing just lets you know the lack of distrust that was involved in the home. If it's taking all of this, if their life is on the line, and he's still having reservations about sending Benjamin out, it just shows you that his father really don't trust his sons. Like there's a real lack of trust going on. Go ahead.
For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time. And their father Israel said unto them, if it must be so now, do this. Take of the best fruits in the land of your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, and a little honey, spices, and myrrh, nuts, and almonds. And take double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Peradventure it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, and go again unto the man. And the Most High Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.
He said, if that's how it's going to be, then that's how it's going to be. But let me dictate the conditions of how you're going to return back to Joseph in Egypt. What he's showing also is that if you did make a mistake, or if there was an error, look at what he said by saying you take double what somebody may have thought you defrauded, just to win them over, to show that this may have been a mistake. So we also got to be quick at that mentality as well. Is that if somebody felt like I've done them wrong, or and I know I haven't, then let me work twice as hard to show them that it was truly a mistake. In the event that it was a mistake, if I've offended somebody, let me work twice as hard to win this person's trust back. That was also something to take notice of. Go ahead.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up, and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. Verse 16. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men unto Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought unto Joseph's house. And they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our asses. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the end, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, peace be to you. Fear not. Your power and the power of your father had given your treasure in your sacks. I have your money. And he brought Simeon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave them asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon. For they heard that they should eat bread. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, is your father well, the old man of whom ye spake? Is he yet alive? And they answered, thy servant our father is in good health, he is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads, and made obstinence. And he,
just like the prophecy said. I'm sorry.
And he lifted up his eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me? And he said, The Most High be gracious unto thee, my son. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother. And he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself and said, Set on bread. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves. For the Egyptians which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians.
Okay, so the Egyptians and the Hebrews didn't eat. They didn't fraternize like that. Continue.
And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes upon them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs.
The messes, the gifts. He gave Benjamin more food, if I'm not mistaken. It is.
That he knew that was his mother's child, and he wasn't there when he was born.
Well, he was there. He was there. Let me see.
And then they said,
It said, okay, this is paragraph 7 in the Josephus, book 2, chapter 6, paragraph 7. Now, when after supper they had composed themselves to sleep, Joseph commanded his steward both to give them their measures of corn and to hide its price again in their sacks, and that withal they should put into Benjamin's sack the golden cup out of which he loved himself to drink, which things he did in order to make trial of his brethren, whether they would stand by Benjamin when he should be accused of having stolen the cup and should appear to be in danger, or whether they would leave him and, depending on his own innocency, go to their father without him, when the servant had done as he was bidden. So once again, he's still trying to see where his brothers' hearts are at, and do they really love Benjamin? And this is what Joseph, he's stretching all this out just to see, are his brothers treating Benjamin like crap, like they're treating him like crap? He's just trying to make sure they really love their brothers or not. Okay, I mean, did the brothers love Benjamin or not? So it says, when the servant had done as he was bidden, the sons of Jacob, knowing nothing of all this, went their way and took Simeon along with them, and had a double cause of joy, because they had received him again, and because they took back Benjamin to their father, as they had promised. But presently a troop of horsemen encompassed them, and brought with them Joseph's servant, who had put the cup in Benjamin's sack. Upon which unexpected attack of the horsemen, they were much disturbed, and asked what the reason was that they came thus upon men who a little before had been by their Lord thought worthy of an honorable and hospitable reception. They replied, and calling them wicked wretches, who had forgot that their very hospitable and kind treatment which Joseph had given them, and did not scruple to be injurious to him, and to carry off that cup out of which he had, in so friendly a manner, drank to them, and not regarding their friendship with Joseph, no more than the danger they should be in if they were taken, in comparison of the unjust gain. Hereupon he threatened that they should be punished, for though they had escaped the knowledge of him who was but a servant, yet had not escaped the knowledge of the Most High, nor had gone off with what they had stolen. And after all asked why we come upon them, as if they knew nothing of the matter, and he told them they should immediately know it by their punishment. Let's keep going. Let's keep going in the scriptures.
We're at the end of 34. And they drank and were merry with him.
Okay.
Chapter 44, verse 1.
So we're going to go to verse 17 in this chapter. Okay. and probably shut it down.
And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, fill the men's sack with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his corn money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said unto his steward, up, follow after the men, and when thou dost overtake them, say unto them, wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good? Is not this it, in which my Lord drinketh? And whereupon indeed he divineth, ye have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, wherefore said my Lord these words? The Most High forbid that thy servant should do according to this thing. Behold the money which we found in our sacks' mouths.
Now, one mention right here is that about this cup. Read verse 5.
Verse 5. Is not this it, in which my Lord drinketh?
So you're saying this is the golden chalice, the cup that the Pharaoh drink from, or the leader of Egypt drink from. But go ahead.
Well, what it was, just to make sure we're clear, that was the cup Joseph told his servant to put that cup into that bag,
Right.
to test him. I know you was in the back. That's what.
No, yeah, come.
So now the horsemen stopped them, and the whole goal, like you were saying earlier, Joseph wanted to make sure, were they going to defend Benjamin,
Right.
or they going to cut and run and bounce on him when times got difficult.
Right.
So yeah, that cup was Joseph's cup, and they're saying that Benjamin stole it.
Yeah,
They want to
stole it.
see what they all say.
Right. And on this point, he says, read on.
And whereby indeed he divineth.
Because one of the customs of the Egyptians is to divine into a cup. What they do is they fill a cup with water, and then they stare into it until they get an idea. So that's some of the foolishness of that's an Egyptian custom or way of figuring things out.
So
That's
the wisdom's gonna be in the water.
The
man.
wisdom's gonna be in the stillness of the water, and then they stare at it until they get an idea about or a vision of what to do. So it's more of an Egyptian custom, not an Israelite custom.
So that cup was spiritual. Then.
There's a spiritual cup. You know what I'm saying?
That was a
That
spiritual with that
damn
cup.
voodoo cup. You know what I'm saying? But that's not Israel's
That's that
custom.
special cup.
Yeah. Just so we know, we don't confuse that, because that's not something that we do. That's something that the nations do. So that's why they brought that out.
That's awesome.
Go ahead.
Verse 8.
That was a Star Wars right there.
Behold,
Yeah.
Now that's an inside joke, not the movie Star Wars. The class. Keep
Yeah.
going. I'm sorry.
behold, the money which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of thy Lord's house silver and gold? With whomsoever of thy servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. And he said, nay. I'm sorry. And he said, now, also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down.
So what Joseph did, he gave all the brothers the opportunity to cut and run and leave Benjamin hanging. And he wanted to see if they was going to let Benjamin hang. It just shows you there was so much, like you said earlier, there was so much bad blood within those brothers out. To sit back and go through all these dramatics just to see if they gave a damn about their brother, man, showed how much hatred they showed to Joseph for an extended period of time, man. Damn, man. Keep going, man. Sad. But you know, it's sad because a lot of relationships are like that. Whether it's amongst physical blood brothers or brothers in Israel. These are real issues, and a lot of times there's issues that just don't get fixed. And in a perfect world, they will, but a lot of times they don't. Read on.
Verse 11. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack.
they were like, oh,
Yeah.
damn. There's no way we can come back home without this dude. It was like, there's no way this dude's going to have all you know what handed to us, huh?
And somebody can lose a kid.
Man, he's like, nah, G. We got to, I haven't even read this part. You know, we can't leave, man. We all going to have to be here in jail,
We
bro.
going nowhere.
There's no way. All the hell they had to go through to get him there? Ah, no. Read on that.
Then they rent their clothes.
Hell yeah, like, ah, shit.
Bad news, man.
That's bad news, Keep going,
And lighted every man his ass and returned to the city. And Judah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, What deed is this that ye have done? Want ye not that such a man as I certainly divine? And Judah said, What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? The Most High hath found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found. And he said, The Most High forbid that I should do so. But the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father.
Listen, you know, that's the cleaver. They make us cut off. That's the point we're supposed to leave off on. But he's like, listen, man, go back to your dad.
Yep.
This cat's mine.
He's staying.
This dude's, I know, they're like, golly, man. They in the trick. That's officially the trick bag. But you know what? They deserve that toil and that stress.
Yep. That anxiety.
That anxiety. That fear of loss. Because they didn't show no fear of losing Joseph. And they had to feel that pain. And all this stuff, it is necessary for Joseph. He needs to see where these guys' hearts were. You know, it wasn't even about him. That was so potent about Joseph. It wasn't about Joseph getting back at them. It was about just trying to see, did you guys do it to everybody? Was this to me?
Right. You gonna leave your little brother?
And then testing their love. Like, have y'all learned y'all lesson?
Exactly.
Do y'all really love each other?
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And so it wasn't about him getting his rocks off or his selfish motivation taken care of. It wasn't about him. It still wasn't about him. It was about just making sure that they learn their lesson and you take care of Benjamin. You take care of our father.
You talking about being meek,
Phenomenal.
He didn't even hold a grudge against these cats.
That's the point. And that was, like I said earlier, I don't know if you were here earlier, but that was how he was able to continue to rise up. He didn't hold grudges out. You can't sit back here and perform the slave work he was performing. Because it was slave work. With that level of consistency and dedication, if you were holding a grudge. If you were holding a grudge, you were not going to be able to sit back and elevate it that quickly.
And then he kept his faith and his belief in the Most High. He knew what the Most High wanted. The Most High's always wanted his children to love one another.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he had basically took on the persona of the Egyptians. Because you read when they got him out the dungeon, they said he shaved himself.
Yep.
Why did he shave himself?
Because that was the Egyptian way.
The Egyptians said that hair was an abomination.
Yep.
And that's why his brothers didn't even recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
But even though he had dove into that, because even here he said he was divine.
Yeah.
He dove into it head on. He still kept his faith in the Most High.
You know, and that's just another thing that when you look at modern day prison, a lot of our young brothers, man, they can't take it in there, man. They take their own life and they do all these kind of things because they can't handle being in that position. But the Most High gives you an opportunity to look at people and look at situations, even the worst situations, in a positive way. So it's a beauty to have the Most High on your side when you go through tribulation, because you can endure tribulation. You can endure trouble. You can endure tragedy. You know what I'm saying? It's so important to have a relationship with the Most High. That's for people that do have to suffer or is suffering in prison, that may be able to hear these type of classes. You know what I'm saying? That your situation is not the end of your situation, as long as you put your faith back in the Most High.
And you can fight to maintain a pure outlook towards your work and what you can control. All Joseph could control when he was in jail or if he was the slave of Potiphar, was committing himself to his daily work and being the best he could be every day for the Most High in whatever capacity he could be in. And the Most High honored it. It was his dedication despite his condition and his resilience and not budging and giving in to what's convenient. He was okay with sitting back here, sticking to his work, not compromising for righteousness' sake. But we're gonna have to continue in this aspect of Genesis the next week, because that's the end of it for today. I don't want to kind of cross over. We already went over like two weeks worth of Genesis so far because we missed last week. Yes, sis.
Can I just, this is my observation, this is what I wrote. I said Joseph was making his brothers look at themselves because he wanted to trust them. Those were like his brothers. He played with them. He remembered them as kids, as a child. And then he had hope that he did it to teach them. He did it to see if they had grown, if they had learned from that. Because he wanted to bless them, but wanted to make sure that they can take the blessing, because he wanted to bless them, he wanted to love them, he wanted to be that brother to step up. But he wanted to make sure, this is my observation, right? He wanted to make sure that they knew what they did wrong and where they were at. Then, just like Most High wants to bless us and he tests me to see, am I ready for this blessing? Am I remorseful for my bad actions? Am I turning from it? Because if I'm learning from it and turning from it, then he's going to know that he can trust me with what blessing he has for me.
Most High makes us earn everything we get. And we have to come out of a very religious mindset and learn that if we don't bring forth fruits meet for repentance, he's not going to bless us. If these brothers didn't show the contrition, if they didn't make the decision to fight for their younger brother like they didn't fight for Joseph, they weren't going to sit back here and get elevated. It's the same concept with us. Because the thing is, he had to learn to trust in the Most High through his experience, and because of it, he kept getting elevated. So it is about us having a willingness to embrace our responsibility if we want to get blessed.
Also, it was an opportunity for the Most High to see if Joseph was going to try to get revenge on his brothers.
Exactly.
When he had the opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, so it was also, the Most High was examining him as well.
He only kept Simeon in jail to make sure Benjamin came back. He only kept Simeon in jail as that trump card to make sure that they brought the person that he really wanted to see back. It wasn't even a malicious thing there. But any other questions? Okay. Let's listen to our president. Majim Wapanya Yerushalayim. What's this one?
That one in here.
Yeah. Oh, babble. I mean, go back to this.
Yeah, I had to fix this.
Okay, we'll get it. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah out.
Send Micah out.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
Make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathulanawa. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathulanawa. Awar.
Lawa'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Number 3. Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'a'ah. Nathananel. Ha'ayom. Quara. Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Number 4. Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'a'ah. Nathananel. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashach. Yasha'al.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
And to sing praises unto thy name.
and to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
To show forth thy loving kindness.
to show forth thy loving kindness
In the morning. And thy faithfulness.
and thy faithfulness
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings,
And upon the psaltery.
and upon the psaltery,
Upon the harp.
upon the harp,
With the solemn sound.
with the solemn
For
sound.
thou Yahweh
For thou,
hast
Yahweh,
made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph
I will
in
triumph
the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
How great are thy works.
how great are thy works,
And thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not,
Neither does the fool understand this.
neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass,
When the wicked spring is the
and
grass,
all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies,
Below thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
below thy enemies,
below thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shall not exalt,
But my horn shall not exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked
My desire of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my
And
rock.
there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
B'Hashem Yahushai.
B'Hashem Yahushai.
Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Hama Iowa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawad.
Tawad.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Dam.
Dam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Tashemad.
Tashemad.
Hatawad.
Hatawad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazaquan.
Hazaquan.
Zaquan.
Zaquan.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Madawat Yawa.
Madawat Yawa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Araria.
Araria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayaya.
Kayaya.
Ay.
Ay.
Paul B'Hashem Yahushai.
B'Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, B'Hashem,
B'Hashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhnau,
Rakhnau,
Washali,
Washali,
Rabiyah,
Rabiyah,
Support,
Support.
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
B'Hashem,
B'Hashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhnau,
Rakhnau,
Washali,
Washali,
Rabiyah,
Rabiyah,
Support, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
B'Hashem,
B'Hashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhnau,
Rakhnau,
Washali,
Washali,
Rabiyah,
Rabiyah,
Support, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
B'Hashem,
B'Hashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhnau,
Rakhnau,
Washali,
Washali,
Rabiyah,
Rabiyah,
Support, Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All love.
All love.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
Ba'Shem.
Ba'Shem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
One.
One.
Miyat.
Miyat.
Aman.
Aman. Got it.
Sworn out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, where shot, or call Israel, and Israel, Madam, Ra,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Baruch
Kurasha,
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 Kurasha.
Namta, to sisters, to stand. Sworn out the daughters of Zion, and Israel, Madam, Ra,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
That's Patah. Dismiss. Fall out. Shalom Israel. See y'all on Monday, all right?
Shalom.